Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution, question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion, breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make a stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel velvet chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir, like the world was fought the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk, hosting another night of Saturday Night at the Atheists. I'm a little crooked. And hello, everybody. Hello, panel. We've got Scott Duke here. We've got Brainless here. We've got Mike here. We've got Simos here. And we have Joe here from the Kentucky Atheist.
You know, that song, which is just totally ballin', I love that song.
Yes,
I look forward to Saturday because of that song. But it just made me realize that being in heaven would be like a mosquito being preserved in amber. Yet I guess we would be conscious and aware of it. So being in heaven really sounds like more like hell, because you're alive, you're assigned to some heavenly choir, just singing in praises of this one exalted being who destroyed the world, punished innocent people for the crimes of maybe their parents, but probably their great grandparents, and you're just not going to change. There's no change in heaven from all the descriptions we get. So, at least with what text we have about heaven, it's a hell. It's a living hell.
most definitely.
Damn, Scott, the AI really got to you, didn't it?
It did, man. It just blew my mind.
But
all I'm
then
doing is
again,
eating a
like,
turkey sandwich.
would that be worse than burning forever? Because at least then you're not in pain.
Well, with humans, I mean, all the idea of burning in hell is an extension of suffering, because you can't literally burn forever.
The Bible
Because
doesn't say that either. So
all of your nerve endings and stuff will be gone, and you won't feel a thing. So it's just basically extended suffering. But what I'm saying is, this concept of heaven is an extended suffering. Maybe initially it's not as intense, but give it about 50 years, you're in hell. So
Have you ever seen
50? Give it a week.
Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell? Have you ever seen that TV show?
Nope.
No.
It's
No, I
on
haven't.
adults. It's on Adult Swim. They've got all the little devils working for Satan, and they're like in their cubicles, and they have to go do their evil deeds and everything. And yeah, when they mess up, it's like, okay, just let's get it over with, right? Because yeah, you've been tormented so many times. At some point, when it just become mundane, right? It's just like, okay, get out the spiked cactus with the hot sauce and the lava and whatever, let's get it over with, and then they move on with their business,
Oh, cool.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
that.
yeah, check it out. Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. I believe that's the right wording. It's on Adult Swim. They've got a couple seasons. It's worth a chuckle. Sometimes they end up as the urinal cake, and stuff. And here comes Satan, and you hear the zipper, and stuff like that.
That sounds pretty funny.
Yeah, and then you have the things, people make the deal with the devil to be a whatever sports star or whatever, you know what I mean? Stories like that. And yeah, you get the idea. They're all working in the little cubicles in hell, with all the sub demons or whatever. And of course, you got the ones that are always screwing up, to make it funny,
After last Saturday, we had so much fun. I look forward to this. It's last Saturday was a blast. We had a great time.
We had a great time. We had a lot of viewers. We had a lot of new faces in the chat, and good to see. I hope everybody's having a good time hanging out with us on Saturdays. And speaking of, we've got Ivy here. We've got Rochelle here. Spooky Farm is here. Converted man. Always a pleasure. And Spooky. Jasper. And
some people we dragged along from the other side chat.
a whole bunch of chatting already too. And calling me captain is a common mistake, especially if you've got small type. It happens a lot. It's not a big deal. No worries.
Where
So,
are you at on the trip to 500 now?
I just picked up another, so 433. Taking it down. I've picked up 30 subs in the last couple weeks. So
Everybody go share this stream so we can get Dave to 500 subs.
yeah, looking forward to some Bigfoot emojis.
I did it. Oh wait,
So-
we even got a commander in the side chat.
And hello, Commander. I was
But
just
you
over
stayed
at on Commander's stream. Good to see you. So we have The Absurdity of Atheism from Dr. Self. And we're going to be taking a look at that. But in discussions this week, and, we're always looking around at stuff, and something caught Mike's eye. So he said, hey, can we take a look at that on Saturday? So we're gonna take a look at this one little clip because I think Mike has something to say about it. Isn't that right, Mike?
Well, it's a good thing you clipped it because I already forgot what it is. So go
you
ahead.
gave me the timestamp. So
Right. Yeah. So I used to have something to say about it. I probably will again, but
it was it's the Dembski clip.
I just woke up.
Dembski catches our ire as well as our eye. So
I saw this actually. I saw this, Mike,
Dempsey.
and I
Oh.
completely agree with you. Even though I don't know what I'm agreeing with.
He mentioned something about the flagella motor, I believe, and something like that. And
Yeah, it was something else.
Mike sent me a couple texts, and so he says, we need to talk about this little clip right here. It's like, okay, I'll clip that out. So we'll start things out and we'll look at that. And then we're going to look at the absurdity of atheism with Dr. Self. I bet, let's see, his
It's Dr. Self.
Dr. Ray Self.
Doctor of what?
Self-raising Ray, as we call him.
One moment here.
Okay, Dr. Ray Self. What the? And that guy, like, he's really old. I don't think
Yeah.
old people should be on YouTube, really. I mean, it kind of disgusts me. All these old people, who cares? Let's see, Dr. Ray,
Yeah.
Catholic father of 10, clinical psychologist. Oh, he's a doctor psychologist. Oh, okay. He does some counseling stuff in his little religious spiel on his channel. So
Nice.
I was looking at some of his other videos. He's got like 200 and some counseling videos in a playlist.
Yep.
So I hope he didn't like video his clients because
He's so
that
old.
would be-
He
Would
did.
not be
Yeah,
would be
these are usually titled something like Self Talks with Dr. Ray Self. And hey, you might as well play on the name, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty clever. That's pretty clever for an old bastard.
Self-taught.
But he is
Didn't think of that
a doctor, I guess. He has a bunch of degrees or whatever. So he's not a Dr. Phil or anything.
He's no Dr. Phil.
No
Okay.
Dr. Phil. He's got
for him.
the real parchment. It's not that stuff he printed out on the wall. So
Our survey says penis for 500.
so if you're ready, are you ready, Mike? Got your coffee?
I'm
in you?
ready. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll get me a drink of tea here.
I need to drink coffee.
Okay. We will pull it up here.
So what's what you got?
Where we're going to see the Darwinian idol topple is not even at the level of these irreducibly complex molecular machines. I mean, you look at the bacterial flagellum, you've got 20,000 protein subunits just in the filament. I mean, these are still pretty massive things, massively complex.
And we're not sure about this number because there's like 20 to 30 proteins in a flagellum. So
Yeah,
not sure what he's talking about in just a
20,000.
filament that there's 20,000 proteins.
Yeah.
I think that's an error.
It's
Or
a red
he's-
herring too.
I'm not
It's some
sure.
other
He's
it's
an
some
error.
other number.
I'm also not sure filament is a scientific measurement.
Yeah. Completely irrelevant. too.
Systems. And again, I think the Darwinist hides behind the complexity. Where I see it going, and I'm privy to some of this research, and I've been advertising it discreetly in some of my writings. Darwinists, I think, are not believing me at this point, but just to give you a sense of where it's going, and I think what it's really going to take to bring Darwinian idol down, is the analysis is going to go not just at the level of these protein complexes, but to individual proteins, into individual enzymes, and then some metabolic pathways of these enzymes, but even at the level of individual enzymes, looking at these systems and then seeing just how evolvable they are, how much they can be perturbed, what is the space, as it were, around these proteins, how sparsely is it populated of things that can be functional at all. You see, what you can do with these, when you're working at the level of individual proteins, you can start
Hey,
perturbing.
real quick, you may have answered this. How old is this video? I mean, when did he make the speech?
It's like about 10 years ago.
Okay, so they just never update their shit, do they? Because that like that trial, the Dover trial was what, at least 5 years earlier, maybe sooner, maybe longer.
Yeah, you
Well,
think updated it. But this is where he makes a prediction, right?
And what got us into this older video is that Dembski here was just on with Closer to Truth. So I saw that video. So then I looked back to see what he was saying, and then Mike and I were talking, so I found this channel that has a lot of older content. So this is what he was saying. And interesting in here, comparing to the little Jim Bob clip I just made about his 2-year prediction.
Yep.
He also made a 2-year prediction. It was 9 years ago, because that was my comment. 9 years ago was 7 years ago. So
Yeah, so the recent one, like the closest to truth, they came out with a clip, and I watched it through, and I thought he just debunked the fine tuning argument.
I was agreeing with him. It was very odd, wasn't it?
It was.
It's like he's changing his argument just a little bit, so he doesn't sound quite so ridiculous.
Well, he basically debunked it from their side and said they should be agnostic to it and stop using it as an argument for God.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I listened to that recently.
This is an irreducible complexity argument, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Behe is sitting on the panel with these fellows.
I see.
And then you can see what happens, so that it's not just that there is something that there is some system that this could have been initially, some function. So how do I want to put this? You perturb, and it's not that you get something else that could have served some biological function or have some catalytic properties. By perturbing, you destroy all possibility of biological functions. If you can.
And what are they perturbing, Mike?
Okay. So he's talking about Douglas Sachs, who did 2 studies basically before he got punched out of academia. And one of them was on that he did in like 2001 or maybe, I don't know, maybe 1990 something. Another one, the second one he did was the one where he came up with the 2 to the 77th or 10 to the 77th impossibility of getting a functional protein. What they were doing is they took a functional protein and they chose an area and they run a whole bunch of experiments. I'm not sure what the technique was exactly, where they mutated one protein this way or that. And in the 2007 paper, he found that it was that a lot of the proteins that a lot of the nucleic acids that he mutated would make the protein function less well. A lot of them, right? Like, I think like 99%. However, he did another protein. He did the same experiment about 5 years earlier, and he came up with 1 in 4 mutations were still functional, one way or the other. But anyway, Sandwalk and a number of other people have pointed out that his math is bad. It's wrong. And his methodology and his claims are ridiculous, that they don't make any sense at all. What he was doing is making a more complicated paper about the whole back of the envelope improbability calculation that creationists do. So it kind of goes back. So anyway, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about if you mutate the DNA, or if you change one amino acid in a protein, will it still function? In most cases, yes, it will. In some cases, no, it won't. If you change one that sticks to water to one that sticks to oil, then you might screw something up. But anyway, but it doesn't make any sense. So
I mean, with the flagella, the example he used, we see them adapting exactly to their environment, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like we see that in real time, and we at the time he said this, we knew that.
But and they bring it up all the time, and they say it's irreducibly complex, but it's not, because all you need is something that twitches, or a hair that wiggles, or just anything that can move you, right? It doesn't have to be this complex.
Yeah.
No.
What's up, DJ Oz? Good to see you.
Hey, DJ.
If you're up late at night, you want to hear some music, make sure you stop by and listen to Oz. And Oz also has a show going too. Slipping my mind what it is. Hang on a second. Where's Oz at? Oz, let me give you a wrench. There you go. Go ahead and drop your link for your channels there, Oz.
Yeah, so he's. I'm just reading through his wiki, and he's an interesting person, isn't he? Really.
Yeah.
He says he tried working in a secular company, but they had to delete all of his posts because he seemed to be claiming that intelligent design was held by the whatever it was, Bayer Evolutionary Informatics Lab.
He's a theologian, philosopher, and mathematician.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In statistics, let's say that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, again, this explains why he was debunking, or I don't think he was actually debunking it. He was basically saying that it's a nonsense argument. That's all. The fine-tuning argument is nonsense because of the statistical problems, which I completely agree with. You know, I think it is a nonsense argument.
You want to?
I can fill in. Sorry.
No, I was Commander said still here. Commander, if you want to stop in, Commander, you can. I dropped you a link on Discord. Okay, ready?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Find systems like that, then what you've shown is that you have something that is essentially unevolvable. Molecular Darwinism is dead at that point. Now that's an extremely powerful result because it's what you need to keep Darwinism going is you always are borrowing functions. You're always borrowing things that have functions. You have nothing to borrow from at that point. Okay, so that's where I think what we're doing is we're going to a level of analysis which is much simpler than certainly the eye, simpler than the molecular machines that Michael Behe is considering, and yet complex enough at which to make a design argument. I think when that realization...
Oh boy, this is.
I missed part of that. Can you give me a minute?
Back up a minute.
He's all he said essentially is that Darwinism, which is not evolutionary biology, but is part of it. I guess I'll allow it. I guess, but all he really said is the complexity of the eye and the flagella shows that Darwinism can be true. That's the only point that
That's
he tried
weird.
to make.
Yeah, that's
Which
weird
is-
considering Darwin said exactly the opposite in the book in 1859, saying that it appears like the eye can't be explained, but in fact it can.
Yeah, and has.
And has by Darwin in 1859. And this guy spent two PhDs working out that Darwin couldn't have meant that.
I mean, if you want to be taken seriously as a scientist, how are you sitting here talking about Darwinism and molecular biology? Darwinism. Okay, so I mean, the term I guess he's trying to use is intelligent design or natural selection. I guess is what he's. Yeah. I mean, because that would be like the Darwinian position of natural selection.
That's the selecting mechanism or the filtering mechanism, yeah.
But evolutionary biology is not just Darwinism. I mean, Darwin was the first to show how natural selection worked and definitely spurred the interest in that subject. But evolutionary biology is not Darwinism. Darwinism is not a thing.
I mean, the basic principles are still the same, of course, but like most sciences, they become more refined the better.
Yeah, well, Darwin was wrong about a number of things, but
sure.
We don't. We built off of the things that Darwin was right about, but that's why we don't call it Darwin or even Darwinian evolution. That's why it's evolutionary biology.
or even neo-Darwinian evolution anymore.
Right.
We've moved that far away from it.
Yeah. I mean,
But anyway, I mean, there you go. It's that's what history is. The fact he's talking about someone from 1859 being wrong when he's talking about a science is enough to tell you that this man is not a real scientist. And I would
Yeah.
hasten to add that this is another example of mathematicians thinking that they're scientists.
Yeah.
I'm referring, of course, to John Lennox, by the way.
Well,
American Zombies stopping by. Hey, we don't agree, but what's going on there, man? Good to see you.
I mean, he uses the eye for his irreducible complexity argument. And not only can we explain how the eye evolved over time, we actually think that it evolved that way multiple times. That it's one of those things that is quite easily explained. And this is the stupid arguments that creationists make.
Yeah, in several different ways as well, right? It's not just evolved multiple times the same way. It's evolved several different ways.
Yeah.
Right, in several different types of creatures.
It's one of the more understood things that has evolved.
That's an extremely powerful result, because it's what you need to keep Darwinism going is you always are borrowing functions. You're always borrowing things that have functions. You have nothing to borrow from at that point. Okay, so that's where.
What does that even mean?
That's not how anything works.
Yeah.
He's saying, yeah, you're going to borrow until there's nothing to borrow from, right? He wants to keep going back. Well, what about this? What about this? And eventually you're left with, some elements which you're going to say what they don't like to hear, a chemical soup, right? So.
It doesn't borrow functions though from anything.
It doesn't never borrows functions. No.
That's not how anything is proposed to have worked.
In some sense, it's how the language is used. It's how we use language. That's a feature of it. But to say it's borrowed is just incorrect, because we know that it's a question of accruing traits rather than.
Don't forget.
Rather than selecting traits in that way,
Yeah, Behe is there, so they're all irreducibly complex proponents. So that's what they're arguing from.
But what function has ever been borrowed? Name one, any.
Well, they don't like to get specific. They just
of course
say,
not.
they just say it, right?
Yeah. Again, it's putting the thing. I'm just looking at his thing. He did sampling and uniform distribution as his maths PhD. So I mean, just to say.
Definitely tell us about molecular biology, then, please.
Yeah, exactly.
What we're doing is we're going to a level of analysis which is much simpler than certainly the eye, simpler than the molecular machines that Michael Behe is considering, and yet complex enough at which to make a design argument. And I think when that realization hits, I think we'll see this in about the next year or 2 years.
Here it is.
How long ago was this?
7 years ago, and our buddy Jim Bob just made a 2-year prediction. Sound familiar? Like maybe he was watching this video or something. He decided, well, somebody's going to be right eventually, right? So,
and what's the clear sign of a dumbass theory? Isn't it failed predictions?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's the creationist mistake, is poking holes in stuff or pointing out things that science doesn't know isn't good science. What changes? What's the saying? What changes science is better science, right? They're not doing any science. They're just trying to poke holes in stuff.
Welcome to Dumbasses in History.
Yeah, just saying you don't but you don't know doesn't mean that you do know.
Yeah. Well, clearly he didn't know.
Now, if they were taking bets on this, I would have taken the end of the world before his prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was his 2 years, and yeah, I'm pretty sure my comment was that was 9 years ago, so 7 years. Oops. But
okay.
Yeah, but then,
Instead, Michael
like I
Behe
said,
became
he's
a
on.
disgraced pseudoscientist.
Yeah, he's on
Yeah.
Closer to Truth, and he's saying, that they should, creationists should stop using some of these arguments. And I'm sitting there nodding and agreeing with him. So, I don't know. Maybe he's.
Yeah. Although, how
you
long
know.
is a day
Well-
for God? How long is a day for God?
Look,
I mean, I'm just saying you can reinterpret the prophecy.
look, me saying, well, I'm going to give up on trying to prove unicorns and switch to proving leprechauns doesn't improve a fucking thing, all right? I'm sorry on the F word. That's not, you're not doing anything. This is just, I'm gonna say that these people are wrong so I can blow some other smoke out of my ass. That's crazy.
Or up somebody else's ass, mainly Behe's.
Yeah.
There actually are people that do believe that unicorns are real.
Sure. There's people that believe all kinds of crazy stuff. They're called cults.
There were green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels, and some chimpanzees.
Got some rats and elephants, but I'm so forlorn. I can't seem to find
no unicorns.
I have decided I'm going to breed one. So I bought a stick. I painted a rhinoceros on it and a horse on it, and I'm going to plant it in the field.
Yeah.
See what comes out.
Yeah, we've got Ape here, and Jin's here, and Demon Orb's here.
Hey, Dork!
And I think I said Spooky. If not, hey, Spooky. And Ember's stopping by. Hello, Ember.
Yes,
always
Amber.
great to
Hello,
see
Amber. Always good to see Amber.
I mean, under his explanation, the horse could just borrow the horn from the rhinoceros.
There you go. There you go. You could just borrow the trait.
Yeah, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Do you need that? You using that today?
You look really sexy with a horn horse.
You just get the Ron Wyatt approach, a little paper mache and some Gorilla Glue, and there you go. You got a unicorn. Just don't touch it or get too close or examine it, or no flash photography, please.
Do I have any evidence of any of this? No.
That these results are going to become well known. I think it's going to be over for the Darwinists. Now, let me indicate briefly.
It's over.
It's over.
It's going to be over.
Yep. Sorry, Mike.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
All those scientists putting up their lab coats and taking up fishing.
Oh dear.
Science ended.
And this sounds like this again, repeating things. Who says this again? Like James Tour and our buddy Sal and all them. They're saying the same things. It's over. Pack it up, go home. They haven't figured it out. It's been a couple years now, right? Pack it up. It just seems to be every so many years, it just keeps continuing. Who knows? A couple years, it's all over. A couple more years, it's all over.
Needless to say, we should always listen to the philosophers when we're talking about science.
Carrie Ann, hello, Carrie Ann.
Oh, hey,
and
Carrie
Big
Ann.
Bad Mama. Hello, Big Bad Mama. Good to see you.
Though also why I find Michael Behe's arguments very compelling. Just indicate a little.
He finds Behe's Nobody finds Behe's arguments compelling. And if you want to know, if you want to see a good shutdown of Michael Behe, DJ Bundy, our fellow YouTuber out there, debated Michael Behe, and he shut him down, plain and simple. That says, told him, nobody cares about your book, Michael. Right? He kept saying, I wrote a book. He says, where are your papers? Where's the science, Michael? You're a scientist. Well, I've got a book. And he shut him down. He doesn't have anything, and his book is discredited by everybody in the field, as far as I know.
My book.
To creationists, though, you're going to hear Behe come up a lot that, oh, yeah, he's all that. He wrote a book. No papers.
Behe's book is an argument which seems to lack intelligent design.
Bit of what sorts of probabilistic analyses can be done on these systems. They haven't been done in detail.
Thank you, Ember.
But I think I just want to indicate that there is an experimental research program to examine systems like this. Behe was looking at the problem of really interface compatibility. What you have is, with Darwinism, you're borrowing parts when you're trying to explain the evolution of some system. Now, the thing is, a Darwinian evolutionary process is a blind process.
Okay. No, it's not.
And
No, it's not. And it's not chance either. That was one point. I can't remember quite. I missed quite a bit of this because we had a kerfuffle. But
Brilliant.
it's I'm not
Brilliant
sure
word.
if it's doors. But anyway, it's not blind. Okay. Natural
So
selection is not blind.
Presumably, Mikey's saying it's blind in order to say that it's random later. Yeah.
Right. It's just total random chance, and they can do simplistic probability calculations. Like in order to create a new protein function, I get to roll a dice once,
Nice.
and no, it doesn't work that way.
No, but even the smaller the creature, like if like they multiply fast, like you get a lot of small mutations.
Right.
Like just look at COVID and in how many in what little time did it evolve to different
Yeah, like every
basically
month.
different viruses
Yeah.
that like were immune to the previous cures or were
We
not
can-
detectable by the previous tests. Like if something like that already goes that fast, how can you fucking not believe in evolution?
Well, even the specific examples that he gives, holy shit, we've watched them evolve in real time in both the lab and the field. These are the examples that support evolution more than anything. We've actually done these experiments and seen this, and that was 20 years before he said this.
Yeah.
they had on 60 Minutes, I believe it was last week. They're putting evolutionary models to work with AI to figure out cures and other medical things. And I said, wouldn't that be amazing? Metaphorically, you just tell it, hey, could you cure cancer for us? Here's all the stuff and everything. And then you go home and you come in the morning and they say, okay, the AI is telling you, okay, this is what you need to do. It's just a whole fascinating other thing, putting to work the AI in the medical field using evolutionary models. And the AI, because of how it's set up, and there was the whole thing about the AI technology and everything, it's faster than the supercomputers at figuring things out. So AI just may cure you. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, and it may make mistakes, but like probably not more than a human.
It's the speed though, that it can think about these things is incredible. So
Well, the things that he's using here are the things that support evolution by natural selection the most. He's arguing about things that directly contradict what he's saying. Like it doesn't even have there is no in a couple years it's going to die because of these things. He was proven wrong before he even started.
well, that's what the group is that's here. They're a bunch of creationists.
Right. Well, no doubt. No, I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not shitting on that. I'm just saying like he's acting like there's some discovery they're going to find out about this that's going to make it not apply whenever they've are like the exact things that he is citing are the things that we have watched evolve and support natural selection the most.
Yeah. That's there. It's some kind of little conference there, and there's a bunch of people, and that's, he's telling them that we got him on the ropes, right?
It's a Michael Behe ass kissing competition.
But again, they're not doing anything. They're okay. You wrote a book, and again, I will back to Jay Bundy. Where is your science papers, right? Don't care about your book. Anybody can write a book. And no offense to people that write books. I think if you want to write a book, you should write a book.
I think
may not be the greatest book, but do it. Okay, I got nothing against people writing books, but science doesn't want your book. Science wants a paper.
But books are made of paper. Isn't that the same thing? They're made of paper.
And science wants a scientific paper with the right format, not book format. How's that?
I think the most important point that Jay made is that he waited until he had tenure before he started publishing and saying all these things. He had been there and had these ideas for a long time and was very quiet about it. And then when he made tenure, he started to say these things, and everyone in his department disagreed with him and disavowed the things that he said. But he had tenure, so he could do what he wanted. I think it's pretty obvious that it was an underhanded way of dealing with things.
And it's fine to have another idea. You can put your idea out there, but it's been how many years now, and everybody's pretty much, in the field dismissed his ideas, but he's still repeating the same exact thing, which he was doing with Jay Bundy just, what was it, months ago or something? It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, getting destroyed.
In some sense, that's just like, just throwing the hook in the river, just seeing what he can catch. Because at this point, he's destroyed his career to the point where he's not going to get at least a high-paying enough job to make it worthwhile. At the same time, he's only got one source of income now, and that's the church people that have lauded him to be this great mind of the future. With such a strong and powerful argument for creation. So
if you have,
he's cursed himself. Sorry, he's cursed himself. Is all I was going to say.
I don't mean to keep stepping on you. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Brett. Go, Brett.
If you haven't seen Jay Bundy destroy Michael Behe, it could possibly go down as an iconic debate against these people, because it is so expertly done and shows exactly how dishonest and all the nonsense that he talks about from somebody who is a professional in the field, from one of his peers, through the peer review process that science works on. Jay Bundy completely dismantled Michael Behe and showed what a dishonest crook that he is. So, I mean,
He was solid. He was solid. Yeah, no nonsense. He's like, he told him over and over, nobody cares about your book, Michael.
Yeah, that's what Michael Behe went to. Well, I wrote a book and blah, blah, blah. Anybody can write. I'm writing a book. I'm a dumbass and I'm writing a book.
Joe.
Did he debate him, actually debate Michael Behe, or was it on Dr. Dan's channel?
He actually debated him on Michael Beverly's channel.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to find it.
It's a really good one, too.
I found out.
The link was in the chat, in the live chat. The link was.
I heard Dr. Dan and him talking. Let me see here. Okay, Michael Beverly.
Ember posted it, Mike.
Okay. And there's also one where Dr. Dan and Jay Bundy do a kind of an after debate thing, and I'll post that one. Let me see.
You guys, just wait 2 years or another 2 years.
Yeah,
2 more years.
Yeah.
When Mike Behe and I were at a debate at the American Museum of Natural History with Ken Miller and Robert Pennock, the debate was initially advertised as blind evolution or intelligent design. When we showed up there, the program guide that was handed out said evolution or intelligent design. Now, the word blind was dropped.
Right.
Why was that? Well,
wow.
it doesn't look that good if evolutionists advertise their theory as a theory.
Because it's not a thing. It's
That,
not a
that
thing.
discredits the whole field, man.
That's so dishonest. Like,
Yeah.
we know that they asked for blind evolution versus thing because they wanted to queer the pitch, as we say in cricket. But we know that they would have written back and said, no. Blind evolution is not a thing. It's evolution versus this. And they
'Cause it's
probably wrote back
poisoning
saying,
the
yeah, all
well.
right then. Yeah, all right then, we'll do it.
It's
Mm.
poisoning
So
the whale to
dishonest.
call it blind evolution.
Well, this bugged you too, didn't it, Mike? Wasn't this one of the things you were like, oh man?
Things, yeah. Calling it blind because that, trying to poison the well and making it blind, like I say, turns it into a simple statistics problem. A seventh grade statistics problem, something they'd give you in seventh grade math. And that's what they go by. And they come up with this, like for 100 amino acids, right? For a real modest sized protein, you would have 20 to the 100th power possibilities for that protein. Okay. That's 10 to the 130th power. And they make it sound like if you perturb it just a little bit in that protein space, that it's going to quit functioning. And that has been shown to be false. Okay. There's a lot of real close mutations that work just as well as the other one, right? And then when you go further and further out and you make more and more mutations, you may eventually either degrade the function of the protein or enhance it. That's one thing. Now, the other thing that shoots them in the foot is the fact that there are 10 to the 130th possible 100 amino acid proteins means that we don't know yet how dense the function is in that space. What we're finding out is there's lots of functional proteins out there, and we don't know how close to each other they are. And that's where AI is helping us right now, because it's folding these proteins and coming up with it.
Oh.
So they're kind of playing on something that we can't predict because it is so complex, right? And they're saying, if it's complex, then I can use an envelope and I can show you with a little back of the envelope calculation that evolution is impossible because, they compare it to the lottery. It's not a goddamn lottery, and it's not blind. It's not an accident. So anyway.
That's
of course, the
really
audience never asks, or the person never asks, well, have you ever seen any statisticians or whomever, mathematicians, look at those numbers? What do they say? They never do that.
Yeah, only creationists mathematicians do that.
Well, that's what's so ironic about the closer to the truth fine-tuning in the universe, because he's been through those kind of statistics and said, no, we can't rely on them.
I think that's really interesting research, Mike. That's neat. But here's a simple way to look at this. He admits that the mutations occur, right?
Yep.
Any mutations that occur in a population, and if that population becomes more successful at breeding and carrying on those mutations to the next generation, then that is the beginning steps of evolution. If you continue that over time, you have evolutionary theory in a handbasket, right? It's not that hard of an argument to understand, and he's trying to make it into something it's not.
Yeah. And the other thing is that when I looked at that calculation, and I was never quite sure if I was doing the math right, but anyway, to say that there were 10 to the 77th that were 1 in 10 to the 77th were functional. That is basically saying that there are like 10 to the 60th that are. So when you look at a protein space of 100 amino acids, what you're talking about is every single possible protein in the universe, right? In all of time in the universe. You're looking at all of the proteins. You're not just looking for one protein. And what they do is they'll mutate it and they measure one function, right? Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't adapt another function. And there's a lot more to how proteins work, how they fold, and how very, very short sections of the proteins called domains are the functional part. That's the actual tool that you put into the rig to do something. those things are often well conserved in evolution. And that's what they're talking about. Now that amounts to sometimes 10 amino acids. And it isn't that hard to get that. So anyway, it's just the line.
Can RNA reproduce itself? And can it reproduce itself with mutations over time?
Yeah.
And yes, it can, and we observe it. So those mutations carry on to the next generation. And
Right.
on that small scale that he wants to talk about is where we observe the most evolution, where we can observe it in actual real time. You have to dismiss the actual observational science, which is what they are usually yelling about, in order to make the argument that he's making.
Yep.
Of blind evolution, but it is a theory of blind evolution because the mechanisms of evolution are not future-looking. Natural selection is an immediate gratification mechanism. It takes advantage of things that are present right now. It's an opportunist.
Hold on.
That's the whole point.
Evolutionary theory, that's what it does, is make a prediction about how life will diversify over time. To say that it's not forward-looking is a complete lie, like just a bold-faced lie.
Was he talking about evolution not being forward-looking, like natural selection can't read the future?
He said evolution is not forward-looking.
But he just means it's not purposeful, right? So this is just
not purposeful.
This is basically just like trying to hide a point in some vague language, right?
Yeah.
It cannot look to the future. So it cannot do quality control or set up design standards.
That's
which
not true either.
the
Either point.
Wrong.
You see what I mean? Neither of those things
It
are
does
true.
those things. Yeah.
Thousands of confirmed predictions. Thousands.
Again, he's taken the presupposition that in fact there is a mind, which is, like prescribing the future progress of evolution.
What's a prediction? What is a prediction?
What is a prediction?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's a data observation in the future that any particular experiment will get you.
So you use evolutionary theory to make a prediction about what evolution will do in the future.
Yeah, but I think he's talking about evolution itself, not the evolutionary theory.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what evolutionary theory is. What drives evolution?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the theory that.
Again, he's talking about what they would like it to be, not what it actually is, right?
Yeah.
Oh well,
They would like it. They would like it to be designed by God.
Sure.
Right. And now they're criticizing our position. Or I say our, it's not, but they're criticizing Darwin's position because he didn't presuppose God.
Right.
From a God point of view. It's
okay.
classic apologetics.
If we
Versus
go
a
ahead and
design
assume
argument.
God did it, then it doesn't work. I don't guess.
Yeah. If you think it should work like there is a God, then of course it doesn't work like there is a God because it's not doesn't presuppose a God.
Thanks for stopping by, Ed. Have a good stream.
Even if you presuppose a God, then you still have to say that God did it with evolution.
Well, that's it. That's
still
the
observe
point.
it, and the
Again,
predictions are still true.
They're saying evolution should work like there's a God, and because it doesn't, it's false.
Oh,
That's his
I got you. I got you.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, you can't win with that argument.
Wow, that's
there's a presupposition snuck in the back door, right?
That's
it's not an
beyond
argument,
stupid.
in other words. Let's face it, it's an invalid argument, I should say. Well, not necessarily
which
invalid,
the proteins must all obey so that they can interface compatibly. Imagine trying to take parts from a ZIL motor plant in the old Soviet Union and a Cadillac plant in Detroit and trying to match nuts and bolts. These things have emerged independently. They're not going to fit together. There's not going to be.
Well,
what?
No, I mean, nuts and bolts kind of have a standard. I mean, you have different
Yeah.
You know,
But
different
that's-
units
Well,
of
you-
measure.
your
But
Americans have a
if you
different
say I'm
standard.
using this unit of measure,
Yeah.
I can machine a nut and bolt to the same size as somebody in the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
So
the
Yeah.
point is, though, they do have the same size. They do use the same units because that's chemistry,
yeah.
right?
and,
And,
Yeah.
and chemistry, oxygen in the US is exactly the same as oxygen in Russia.
Yeah.
this,
No.
this is the poorest,
Carbon is the same. It doesn't change.
this is the poorest analogy he could have made, because he talks about those two plants and the cars that come out of them. Yes, they came to be independently of each other by the same processes. I mean, he's actually using an analogy that supports evolution, and evolution doesn't say that it borrows from the other plant. It says that they can evolve independently of each other, and they do.
Yeah, this is
and,
Hawaiian shirt guy quality. This isn't very good.
Yeah,
Car analogies are always terrible.
yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Cells are not Chryslers and Cadillacs and cars, basically.
Are you
All
sure?
those things that he's talking about, his analogy, he's talking about things that were designed that only have one way of fitting together because some intelligence planned it out and thought about it, right? But the cell doesn't work that way. The cell has many, many, many pathways that it can follow. There are 40 to 45,000 genes, I think they think, in the human genome. I've heard anywhere between 25 and 45. There are 20,000 genes that have no function, that are just floating around, mutating, changing, and every now and then one of those things will lock into a function. Basically, it'll develop something that does something, and it locks into a very complicated and messy network. You want to think, like if you cut an animal open, it's really a mess, right? You don't find nuts and bolts in there. You don't find really finely tuned machines.
Wait,
You don't
no?
find any of it. You find guts.
Oh,
No,
I thought
you
it
don't.
was nuts and bolts.
Yeah, well, it depends on if you eat nuts and bolts or not. If you cut the average 3-year-old, you might find some nuts and bolts. But
And as Ember pointed out, these things are always not biological. They're not reproducing. And Blaster always makes a good point. He had a Ford fender on his GMC. Sometimes,
it works.
a standard thing. Yeah, you can use other parts on other vehicles. So it's a bad analogy all the way around. Just terrible.
Yeah.
Don't do that anymore.
They're just stupid.
Yeah, and
They got to realize
the
they're
captive
lying, right?
desk does not condone cutting animals open to make cars.
Or 3-year-olds they swallow them nut and bolt.
Well, he
interface
doesn't, but
compatibility except by chance. And that's the sort of thing that Behe is looking at. But there are many other probabilistic hurdles. Availability, how do you get these proteins in the first place? That's where the analysis is going to be
Yeah,
when
how do you get them
I
in the
think
first
final
place?
knockdown
Argument from
argument is
ignorance.
going to come for Darwinism. Getting
Yeah.
them. Synchronicity, getting the right proteins to form these complexes at the right time. Localization, getting them to the right.
At the right time
Yeah.
is a gray area too. Like Mike was saying, you've got stuff going on all the time, so they don't have to be technically in the right area until they further evolve. So this is all gray language.
He's looking at the human organism or complex organism as if it was intelligently designed. And then everything he says is based on it being intelligently designed. And so he's making claims about what would happen. Okay. Like if you put a bunch of junk in a junkyard and you let loose 1,000 monkeys, they wouldn't build a 747 because, you need somebody to plan that. So he's working in his intelligent design into his premises, into his argument, and saying life is intelligently designed, therefore it can't be evolution. Basically, that's what he's doing. It's really an interesting thing. But I'm telling you, life is messy as hell, and these biological networks are very complicated. They have a lot of dead ends. They have a lot of stuff that's turning around constantly, as we know, because if you live for 100 years, your chances of developing a cancer are almost 100%, right? Because eventually that cancer is going to evolve in your body and it's going to thrive. Okay, that's how cancer works. Cancer is not a disease, it's a thriving organism. So, I mean, that's proof right there that something can evolve in 100 years, a cancer. Any questions on that one?
Well, that is one of the things when people point out cancer rates. It's like, well, I've said for years, it's because people are living longer. And
Because you live long.
I mean, yeah, tragically, some people, it hits them young and that's terrible. But yeah, it's part of the aging process.
And also in part because we now know what it is. Like
Mhm.
at first, if you don't know what it is, then like, yeah, oh yeah, they just died.
And maybe AI will cure it. So how about that?
There's a
I'm
couple-
still fascinated that AI could I mean, it probably is right now at work on some of these diseases. That's just amazing. So
So standing in poop, Donnie Bedinsky, he always talks about genetic entropy and how cancer rates are just rising and are going through the roof. Actually, deaths from cancer have been dropping since 1987, except for prostate cancer, which is an old age disease, right?
yeah.
So that's the one that's been holding still, kind of, but all other deaths are going down because they're getting. And the biggest problem with cancer in the United States is that doctors will do everything they can to discourage young people from getting CT scans, and then most of the friends that I have that discovered they have cancer discovered it at stage 4 and they died. Right. Because of our medical community. It has nothing to do with genetic entropy. Anyway, that's a sideline.
Place.
The doctors are trying to
Retention,
kill
keeping
you.
them at the right place.
Yeah.
Interfering cross reactions, keeping the wrong things out, which will destroy what you're trying to build. Interface compatibility. Proportionality, having the right amounts of the materials produced in the right proportions.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything?
If you don't have the right amount, the organism dies, and that's natural selection.
There we go.
With a bacterial flagellum, 20,000 protein subunits are going to be
No.
involved in that filament.
30.
Yeah.
Well, flagellum, I think, like 20 or between 20 and 30, I think.
Yeah, I looked it up too. I don't know where he's getting this number. I get 20 to 30 proteins. So
Yeah. Maybe talking about, there are multiples, like there are dimers and polymers, and maybe he's talking about every individual protein. I don't know. But the flagellum has been around for about 3 billion years. So
That's about 95% of the structure. You have to have the right proportions. And then
no, you don't. You can have just a tiny little tail that does hardly anything, but it's enough to move you out of the way of not getting eaten. That's good enough. Or move you just enough to eat something else. That's good enough.
Or move towards an area with more light or less light, or so many.
The idea that it has to be a complete fancy tail is not accurate. You can have a really pathetic little tiny nothing of a tail, but if it does something
Just like
and
he has.
moves
Never
you,
mind.
yeah, that's good enough.
order of assembly. These things have to be assembled in the right order. And just because you're assembling a subsystem of it in the right order doesn't mean that that order of assembly is going to apply when you have the whole system. And the thing is, again, evolution is working by cobbling things together. So you have all these probabilistic hurdles. You can do experiments with this. You can get numbers. And I think that's where it's going.
Cobbling. Cobbling. He said cobbling.
Yeah,
That isn't a scientific term, I'm afraid.
yeah, that's a design. You're putting things together. They're not putting things together. I don't see why. Yeah, if you have like I say, a pathetic little tail, and it gets better into a better tail.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would argue that that's possible. So I don't see what their point is at all.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, most of his arguments, it seemed to me, to be coming down to, like a young Earth as well. Because even if you grant, some of the points, it still doesn't exclude evolution from happening. It just means it's on a longer time scale than they can. Right. That's the variable that you need to change in order to get unlikely things to happen. Right. As long as they happen often enough, then just over time, that's all you need. So, and as a mathematician, of course, this guy knows that, right? That's 101 statistics, right?
And
Law of large numbers, etc.
if you use a car analogy, when you think about the very first, Model A, Model T that came out in like 1906 or whatever, the people that owned the car companies, they didn't really give a shit about evolving their car, right? What they cared about is selling their car to a lot of human beings so they could build more cars. So the way it evolved had nothing to do with their intent. It had to do with the accident of very incrementally making things better and better so that more and more consumers would buy their car instead of another car, right? So there's like competition going on. So in a way, automobiles did evolve over time because the design evolved. I'm pretty sure that car executives do not give a shit how comfortable you are in your car. What they care about is that you buy their car, which has nothing to do with how comfortable you are.
Yeah, interesting.
There's also the breakfast tacos argument that stuff comes from pre-existing stuff.
Yeah.
There's no argument that anything comes from something that doesn't already exist. So eventually, yes, you're gonna borrow something because you have to use things that exist. So I don't see what his argument is whatsoever.
Yeah, I pulled up a paper here, The Evolution of the Bacterial Flagellum, which is from 2004. And it was the very first thing they talk about is Michael B. So the images that Grace Dembski's book is the flagellum of eubacteria. And then he goes on for like 20 some odd pages and tells you how the thing could have evolved, basically. So anyway, I just pulled that paper up. I can link the name of the paper. No, I can link. No. I'll try to link it for people in case you're interested. But anyway, I went to Google Scholar and typed in evolution of the bacteria flagellum, and I'm guessing there are quite a few papers out there. Lots of them. That'll give you an idea about why it's possible and why we think it's possible. That has nothing to do with nuts and bolts.
Research gets done and published, I think you're going to see this whole Darwinian house of cards come tumbling down. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah,
Now he said,
there we go.
Now there's another promise. When the research is done and it's published, and that doesn't come, that exactly is the problem right there.
Yeah, his prediction, his hypothesis fails because his prediction did not come true. So.
Yeah, although I feel in 2 years' time, Mike, we could be in a different place.
Different place.
However, he is talking about 1859 being debunked. So I don't think we've got a lot to worry about right away.
Yeah.
Well, in 2 years' time, all us atheists are going to be up against the wall anyway. So
there you go.
So, Mike, you wanted to cover this. So, any closing remarks about it?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I missed the middle of it and I didn't pick up the thread, but there was something that he said that just got me up out of my chair. And it could have been the blind stuff or whatever, but you know how I am. The thing is, Dave, you slam me every day with things that just totally disturb my equilibrium.
Hey, back at you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. You're keeping me alive, Dave. You keep my heart beating.
We keep each other on our toes, don't we?
Yeah, I would just end up sleeping, and I'd be out at the golf course, getting dementia if it weren't for you.
Then you looked at your phone and you go, dang,
Dave's got another one.
Now my blood pressure's up. Where's my pills? How is your blood pressure? Speaking of, how are your numbers doing these days?
Pretty good. Everything's really good. My My heart rate is way down. My that weird problem I had where my heart quit, was not beating right.
Mm-hmm.
Went away with one medication and looking good.
Amazing.
Yeah, one little tough spot coming up on January 15th, but I'm pretty sure. But even that's the thing about cancer. Okay, they found something in my lungs that's like less than a millimeter, and they were concerned at the Mayo Clinic, so they're doing a rescan in January. And if it is cancer, it'll be a stage 1 cancer, because I've been getting CT scans in spite of my doctors trying to talk me out of it. So anyway, so that if I survive that one, that would be my second cancer that I kicked his ass. So
Right.
yeah, I'm doing
Good.
What medication straightened out your heart, Mike, if you don't care me asking?
amiodarone. It's kind of a risky thing because it can mess your thyroid up and cause all kinds of other problems. But for me, I tolerated it well. And I had low heart rate. My heart was going below 40 beats per minute for 10 minutes at a time, because it was I had premature ventricular contractions going on, and they give me this drug and it just went away. It's like,
I've got an artificial heart valve and mine beats too fast, so they gave me metoprolol to slow it down.
yeah. So you got the atrial. I think it's up further in the heart. My brother had that, and his heart was going up to like 200 beats a minute.
Right.
And mine did the opposite, because it was in the lower part of the heart and ventricles.
Yeah.
And
I randomly go into AFib. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same mechanism that causes each of them, but it has like totally opposite syndromes. So I would like start to pass out and be really lethargic, and my heart was laying down. It was kind of fun, actually. I had fun.
That sounds fucking scary.
That was scary. I was very concerned when I went into the emergency room, and the doctor ran out of the room and ordered more tests and all this stuff. And it's like, wait a minute. Wait. You're really upset about this. What's going on? It's like, I'm dying.
Well, speaking of numbers, how are your numbers doing, Scott?
Well, I would love to say I've been taking my my blood sugar and blood pressure faithfully every day, but I sort of fell out of that habit. But I'm supposed to see the doctor.
Bad, Scott.
Yeah, I'm supposed to see the doctor on Monday, and I'll get my A1C and other blood panels and stuff, and that'll tell the real story.
Okay. Do your stuff.
I'll do my stuff. By the way, I got to go. I have some pesky grandkids to look after.
No, not them.
Oh boy.
Happy New Year to you, Scott.
Have fun.
Keep away. Don't let them get at the duct tape.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely avoid that at all costs.
No,
Bye.
you get the duct tape yourself.
All right, Scott. Talk
Yeah.
to you later.
You-
All right. Well, now we'll get to the main event, and we're going to find out how absurd you are, Mike.
Yep. Atheists are so absurd.
The absurdity
So today I want to talk about
of atheism.
why it takes a lot of faith to be an atheist. And I don't know about you, but I'm not an atheist, obvious, and I love people. I can disagree with you and love you. That's a whole nother topic.
All
But to
right.
me,
There's enough for you don't get
not
every
even to
day.
me, but to
Yeah.
scientists, to true scientists, the evidence for God is absolutely overwhelming.
Okay,
Well,
stop.
see. Go ahead.
Okay, the faith thing, right? So it takes a lot of faith to believe in evolution. Is what it has nothing to do with atheism, right? It takes a lot of faith to believe evolution. So what the hell does he mean by faith? And is he saying that faith is a bad thing? And if we have faith in evolution, that means it could be false. Well, doesn't he have faith in God? And shouldn't we turn that around on him and say, well, you have faith in God and I have faith in evolution, and you seem to think that's a bad thing. So isn't it a bad thing that you have? But then what does he mean by faith? What he means is, and what we do have is faith in the science, right? And there's nothing wrong with faith in science.
Well,
I do.
At least it's evidence based.
Yeah. I have
Very
faith in science because God damn it, it works.
Yeah.
And plenty of
It's gotta be proven.
and this again is not an argument against atheists, even though they try to set it up that way, because plenty of religious people accept evolution and cosmology and all types of other science.
Well, this
I
is the
think-
same as calling evolution a religion. What do they
Yeah.
mean by that?
Yeah.
What do they
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Well, I think
Absolutely
what
nothing.
I'm going to give you their definition. I'm going to give you their definition of faith, and I think this would be endorsed by someone that we like to mention every week, don't we, Dave? Which is Professor Atkins. Peter Atkins said, of course, faith for these guys is defined as a lazy mind.
Yeah, just believing something because it feels good, I guess.
Well,
Because it's easier than doing the work to have to believe it.
And
Wait.
yeah, back to James Tour and our buddy Sal and all the rest of them. Yeah, just throw your hands in the air and go home. We already know God did it. So there's no point in doing any science or trying to do anything or writing papers or textbooks or anything, because just go home. And again, that's, well, isn't that the lazy man, right? You're just, you're just going to throw in the towel and go home. Well, you
Have faith.
know, lot of folks, including Mike here and Joe and others, I'm sure, all of us have benefited from modern medicine. You know, I had emergency surgery one day. I thought I was in bad shape first thing in the morning. I said, take me to the hospital. Doctor said, oh, this and that, microsurgery will fix you up, have you home for dinner. Sure enough, I was. And amazing, right? Amazing how they could just sneak a little thing in there, boom, 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 fix you up, send you back home in a few hours. Amazing.
I tick like a clock now, so.
Well,
Joe
when I
ticks
was
like a clock, but it keeps him
Tick-tock.
ticking, right?
Yeah.
TikTok.
when I was in
And
my
I-
teens, I did acid, and that made me see exactly how trippy Christianity was.
As said, one of my all-time stories now on YouTube is when my neighbor knocked the power out during a stream, right? And he took a shock right up his arm, and his doctor told him that his pacemaker probably saved his life. And not only that, after getting zotted, and he got hit with a big line, not the little line to go to the house. This was the big line out back. That the doctor said, oh yeah, and the pacemaker is still in good shape. It doesn't need, you know. So credit to the pacemaker companies. That is some incredible and some really tough technology.
I got wires for a pacemaker, but let me make a metaphor that kind of fits this situation. So in medicine, we have what's called evidence-based care, and we used to do we used to say that pain was subjective. So however much pain you said you were in, the doctor had to take that as truth and act accordingly to that. And you know where that got us? It got us into an opioid crisis, where half the country was addicted to opiates and killed hundreds of thousands of people, and still does to this day. So if we're going to make the comparison of whatever I think is the case versus evidence-based care, evidence-based care takes the cake every day of the week.
Christopher says something about a crocoduck. Stay tuned. If we get to it, Dr. Self here is going to ask for a crocoduck. So.
Wow, this is going to be good.
The evidence for creation is overwhelming. But why will people not objectively look at the evidence?
There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Don't know why people won't do that.
Present the evidence. The problem is what they're going to say is, and like our buddy JB was talking about, is you can't scientifically test supernatural claims. So, well, there you go. Very convenient. Make up whatever you want in the supernatural claim.
Do we know what kind of doctor this guy is?
He's a mathematician, or no? Yeah, this guy.
Oh no,
No, he's
please,
not a
no,
psychologist.
not another one in the same episode as us.
Yeah, and he's got religious degrees, and he has legitimate degrees. So we're not going to knock anybody's degrees or anything.
Well, no,
However,
it's not
stay in
knocking
your
his-
lane. Yeah, stay in your lane, right?
It's not that. It's the claims that he just made. And if he's a scientist in some kind of research field, going out publicly and claiming that evidence
They should know
supports this
better.
other thing, he's
Right.
lying. I mean, that's why I ask. I just
Okay, he's let's see, I'm looking
Right.
him up here. I think he's a psychologist, and he's he's a counselor in some church, and so he's trained in. He's a dean of theology or something. Let's see, where does he give that? Hang on a second, I'll get his degrees, but it ain't anything that's pertinent. And what he means by evidence is go out and look at the oak tree and say, "Ooh, look at the oak tree. It's so complex." That's not evidence. Okay, evidence in science is a little for the
King Crocoduck is still around, Ivy. Not as active, but every once in a while still shows up.
Okay, he has a doctorate degree.
I was just curious from what perspective this guy was talking is all.
He's got a doctorate degree in theology from Jacksonville Theological Seminary. So it's not a I don't even know if it's an accredited college.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Let's see.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
He's got some other
So
stuff.
now
too.
we are knocking degrees, huh?
Yeah, now we're gonna start knocking the hell out of that shit.
Degree mills do not qualify to call yourself.
So he's got the picture of a skull with the
And
word
he's from
Dr.
Memphis.
Rao Self below. I mean, I don't know.
Evidence
The
is,
video
let me
looks
put it
and
this
sounds
way.
familiar. That
If we were to go into a court of law and present our evidence for a creator
That's where
against the
science
evidence
goes,
for
yeah.
there is
Yeah, this court of law thing is something that the Hawaiian shirt guy does, and it's not the same as science. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a comment about that.
Scopes.
So. Not right now, but he'll get to it. Play the court of law part.
In July, we celebrate 50 years of the Scopes monkey trial. So, maybe this is a bad argument.
There's a picture of him there, but he doesn't look that good anymore. He's a lot older now. So
That's the gentleman in question, is it, Mr. Self?
It looks like a dollar store John Lennox.
Yeah. Look at his lab coat. That's a unique lab coat he's got on there.
Yeah.
Some would say the man himself.
Yeah. This is discount John Lennox.
Yeah, it's
only Lennox actually had
wife and kids. He's from Tennessee.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't even have the math thing.
He's from the state where the trial happened.
Wow.
He holds a bachelor, master, and doctorate degree in Christian psychology.
Yep.
Which is not
he
a thing.
also has a second doctorate in theology from Jacksonville Seminary. And he's on the board of advisors for Jacksonville Seminary.
Oh.
He's a speaker. He's been on TBN. Oh boy.
He's like
radio ministry.
I guess that makes him an expert on it's just lost my mind. Go ahead, sorry.
And he's the founder, and he's involved in a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess that makes him an expert on masochism then.
Yeah,
he's a preacher.
Which three-letter creation institute does he work for?
He has his own.
He's got his own church, his own counseling.
It's
He doesn't write. He
international.
doesn't write for the ICR or the DI.
I don't. Like I say, he speaks places and stuff, but he has his own thing going. This is the International College of Ministry. It's got its own web page. It's got its own. That's what the YouTube channel is. Yep. So he's ICM.
Yeah.
He's what you call a self-made man.
So I don't know if he
So
said,
discount ICR and
Yep.
discount John Lennox.
Couple letters off.
so I don't know if he says it in this video or if it's another video I listened to, but he said in the court of law, there's just absolute proof of Jesus, and they would find that Jesus existed because there are 500 eyewitnesses, right?
Okay.
And no, there
You know
aren't
what the worst
500
evidence ever is? Eyewitness.
They don't even have that though.
Let me make my point here,
Yeah.
guys.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You have 500 eyewitnesses that are present in the courtroom and you can cross-examine them, then yes, that'll work in a court of law. But if the 500 eyewitnesses died 2,000 years ago, then that's called hearsay. And I object.
Well, not even that though. But like,
It's not evidence.
no one, not even back at the time that this supposedly happened, did they have 500 eyewitnesses though.
I know.
That was a story that was told to Paul that he told in the Bible, and he says as much. So
the fact
there was never really 500 eyewitnesses.
right, there being 500 witnesses was also hearsay.
Yes.
So I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got
the 500
eyewitness,
is hearsay, yeah.
if you got an eyewitness, you've got to have the eyewitness's eyes in court in front of
Yeah.
you. And we don't have-
At least a testimony, at least a direct testimony from the person
Yeah,
who witnessed
Of
it.
those 500 people, nobody wrote anything down. Nobody kept any records. No family even at the time said it was my family that was one of these 500 witnesses. No identifying attributes whatsoever that any of them ever existed.
right.
When Grayson was debating Hawaiian shirt guy, he brought up, well, if evolution went to court, and Grayson pointed out, you don't have a great record of winning in court.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a great talk. That was a good one.
No creator. I promise you we'd win the case because the evidence is overwhelming and is beyond a reasonable doubt, an undisputable doubt.
See, again, though, convincing a jury is not the same as something repeatable in science.
Right.
A great lawyer could convince a jury of something that it's irrelevant.
But
wanna read
this has already happened, and he's wrong. Intelligent design was
Yeah.
struck down by the court.
Yeah, the teaching of, but to say, okay, we're going to put a scientific experiment in
No.
court to lay
No.
people that don't understand anything what they're talking about. Well, again, you could convince somebody. I mean, Hawaiian shirt guy convinces people with fancy talk all the time, right? But it doesn't mean squat,
It wasn't just the teaching of that was struck down in court. The judge told them that this was their belief, that it
was a
was
belief
not
system.
science.
Yeah.
Yes, and intelligent design was shown to just be a faith-based thing that was not based on evidence, and evolution quite the opposite. So the thing that he's saying has already happened, and he lost.
As I was saying earlier, where are the scientific papers? We don't care how many books you write. We don't care how many debates you do on Donnie's channel. Where are the scientific
Or any reason at all.
Well,
Not
Dembski
only
was
does
just
he not
saying
have
there.
the evidence or the eyewitnesses or any of that shit,
Yeah,
he doesn't have even a good reason to believe any of this is true. He might as
Dembski
well
was
woke
just.
up this morning and made it up. Sorry, I keep going. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Dembski was just saying they're going to have testable results in so many years, right? Where are they at, right? They still don't have these testable results or testable, something testable. Predictions. That's the word I'm looking for. They haven't made testable predictions yet.
Yeah, just give it 2 years, Dave.
2 more years.
2 more years.
guys.
2 more years.
scripture to you because it kind of explains everything. In the book of Romans, chapter 1, verse 20, it says,
Oh well, that's
Oh,
definitely
no.
scientific.
Fuck.
That's definitely scientific. Then
Oh yeah, yep.
everybody
I
likes
full?
Romans.
Does everybody here know this book, chapter, verse by heart by now?
Yes.
If not, get ready.
this. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, talking about God, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen.
Clearly, invisible attributes. Clearly
Invisible
seen.
things. Why can't I see them? What is your problem with you atheists? Gee, it's invisible, right? Come on.
But, and, you know, like the stupid thing is, like, even if you would give them, oh yeah, he's real, I still wouldn't follow a fucking war god.
Yeah. It's worse if his God is real.
Because that
it gets
is
worse.
Matthew 10:34. Do not think I come to bring peace,
But a
but
sword. Yeah.
Like that's basically the only quote from the Bible that I fucking need
Yeah.
to prove that he's fucking evil.
The
got
Bible
you to
says
take
we've
me
clearly
out,
seen it, so there's your evidence.
Well, no, yeah.
Icarus, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, hey,
Hi,
Chris.
Icarus. I played your game the other day. It was fun.
Being understood through what has been made, so they are without an excuse.
No
The
excuse.
evidence for God
No.
is overwhelming, folks. If people would
No,
just
it
look,
isn't.
That's fine. Even if it is a God, you can't prove it's your God, which I think is what Hitchens famously said, that you still got a long way to go.
You
And
still have all your work
you-
in front of you, is what he said.
yeah, and you haven't made the first step. You haven't made the first. You're just making a claim because you have a belief.
The-
I
the
understand
deist-
that. That's all you have, though.
The deist, the person that claims deism still has all their work to do.
Right.
look at the evidence. I mean, maybe it's because of what 1 Corinthians 2:14 says. But
I
a
doubt
natural
it.
man does not.
I appreciate the effort, but Bible verses at atheists is really kind of pointless.
Yeah.
You can try, but it
Not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we already know what they say. So.
Not accept
It's
the
like-
things of God, for they
It's the same. It's what I would call low-hanging fruit on a vegetable.
cannot understand them because they are spiritually appraised. Spiritually appraised.
Okay,
They're
what the
foolish.
hell? What the hell?
What does that even mean?
Raised?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
think
I'm saying, what the hell? What's up with the purple penises, Mike?
Yeah, well,
Is there a gas
those are-
leak?
those are my friends. So appraised, I think he's trying to say oppressed, but he's saying oppressed. I don't know. But anyway, if you turn on captions on this, they say appraised, and it's like spiritually appraised. Like I went to the bank and got an appraisal.
Oh,
for my
that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Appraised.
That's what I
What
thought
the
it
hell
meant.
is he talking about?
Judged by St. Peter, you know.
I don't know. Maybe it's a Memphis thing, because he's from Memphis. So maybe that's all they say
Yeah.
it there. Appraised.
That's what it says in the Bible, spiritually appraised.
Oh, it does. What the
I'm-
hell does that mean?
I'm from
I'm
Kentucky,
looking.
and I say
I'm
it's full of shit.
The spiritual assessment is a tool to evaluate a patient's spiritual beliefs.
So I mean, what does it mean that somebody appraised us? I don't get
I
that.
don't know. It's
basically
not very clear
seeing
what it
if,
is.
If you
You
believe
have
enough,
a spiritual value, I guess. But
Well,
that
yeah,
doesn't make
what-
sense in that context. So I don't know.
Yeah, we need Scott.
I think it's an unspiritual person.
I think he
Sometimes
pulled it out of his ass.
spiritually evaluated comes from the passage in Corinthians 2:14.
2:14, right?
Paul contrasts a natural man, one who relies solely on human wisdom, with the spiritual man who is guided by the Holy Spirit.
There you go. So it's either an atheist or a believer, whether you're appraised or not.
Yeah, this is about judging your spirit. It's not about the quality of your spirit, which is the way he's using it. So I don't know what he's talking. This guy is really pretty bad.
Go ahead and ask, Ivy. I try to, if I miss a comment, I'm sorry. I try to look at the chat.
So is Ivy
If something
Chan
comes up, put it up.
related to Ian Chen? No. Oh,
Ian's name is Chin, not Chan.
Yeah, it's Chen.
Ivy Chen is the
But who knows?
is the brainchild of Nat McGrant.
To him, and he cannot understand them because they are spiritually appraised. Another scripture, which I think helps explain a lot, is the God of this world has blinded the eyes of the unbeliever. So,
what did you do that for?
Bastard.
Did he do that?
After fucking what's his name?
But we
went
can
through all that
clearly see,
evidence,
right?
After what's his name threw in all that evidence for the eye, right, disproving evolution, and all God does is blind them.
So let me get this right, Dr. Self. The invisible things that we can clearly see,
Yeah.
God has blinded us to even further.
From
Right.
seeing.
Right?
Yeah.
And if that's not enough, he'll harden your heart.
Yeah, you haven't built a good foundation thus far, sir.
Oh my goodness.
No,
So,
if
yeah,
God
every-
wants to,
Joe, that's classic.
Yeah, if you provide some what they will call good evidence and we don't accept it, then it's you're either spiritually blind or God's already hardened your heart, and it's like, well, then I'm SOL, right?
Is that like sacrificing yourself to yourself for yourself? Is it one of those things?
Could be.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I always love
can you
that one.
imagine-
Yeah. I always heard doing that was a sin.
Can you imagine today that if today a dead man crawled out of his grave in front of 500 people, there'd be 200 teenagers there with their cell phones recording it. Like, come back, impress us again.
Lame.
Yeah.
I did that. It goes version 5, mate.
They
I
only
left it-
noticed that 200 years later.
I left it to Houdini. Houdini said if there was a way he would communicate from the beyond. And his wife had the seance for how many years, and the code word never came back from the beyond. So Houdini hasn't figured out a way.
Wow.
Well, and if
It's
he
'cause
hasn't
he's
figured out a
blind,
way,
apparently.
Yep. And we lost James Randi too, right? So James Randi hasn't figured out a way either.
James Randi.
why won't they look at evidence? Let me tell you. a
Rest in
story.
peace.
My wife has an uncle who's gone now. He's passed away. Brilliant teacher, great father, great husband, great man. And we would send him books and evidence for God. You know, the case for Christ is overwhelming. The case for God is overwhelming.
no, it isn't.
And there's a lot of material out there that is really good. And so her uncle was a devout atheist, and he would say, no, I don't want to see it. I've already made up my mind.
Yeah. Devout
And, you know, he's supposed
atheist.
How can you be a devout atheist?
Devout atheist.
You got to have a robe in order to be a devout atheist. So I wear a robe around, my devout atheist robe. Yeah.
I mean, so
Doesn't
what?
he
I
need
mean,
a
I'm sure
militant
there are
atheist?
atheists that say that. Like, my girlfriend is an atheist, and if I talk about this with her, she says, "I don't give a shit about none of that stuff. That's crazy talk." Like, she's not interested in having it. She's more of what you would call an atheist, actually, I guess. But the thing is that atheism is just the rejection of the God claim. We're not convinced that God exists. So yeah, there's going to be atheists that say, no, I've already made up my mind. And there's going to be atheists that say, hey, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. That doesn't mean anything. It's anecdotal nonsense that doesn't amount to anything more than the completely ridiculous verses he just put forward.
I mean, what does devout mean? Because I thought it had some different connotations. Let me say this. Yeah, having or showing deep religious feeling or commitment.
Yeah.
Right. So they want to tie it in with religion again, right? Atheism is a religion. Well, no, religion being the
I don't
worship
have
of a supernatural being. That's not what atheists do. In fact,
I don't
if
have a
anything, it's
card
the
or anything.
absence of a religion by definition.
Yeah, right. No, I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. Atheism is the lack of religion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not theism.
That's why I do not. That's why I do not have an atheist card in my wallet.
I want to get one here pretty soon.
No, you
Yeah.
cannot. You cannot have one. See,
Good
I have
much,
to eat
good
3
much.
more babies.
Every single one has to be different, though, with a
gotta
different.
get your
Like,
card punched.
it has
Yeah.
to be different with a different like authority registering it or issuing it.
Hey,
Supposedly
How
a
do you
very
posted
what,
the question?
What's that?
speaking
How
of
do you
atheists,
post the question that they wanted to ask?
Oh yeah.
oh
good
yeah,
point.
did you
Okay.
get the question? Anyway, I was searching around on Wednesday night for online AA meetings, and I run into an agnostic bunch of old drunks, and I signed up for the Zoom meeting and went on there, and it was the most wonderful meeting I'd ever been on. But within 5 minutes, we had 75 people, and it's a secular AA group. If anybody's interested in that, I can give you a link to it. It's a wonderful meeting. So
Drop it in the chat.
let's see if I can find it again.
Ivy says,
I
"I'm a
believe
fifth
those are-
generation." Go.
The secular AA groups seem to be quite scarce.
Yeah, but this one surprised me. They had 75 people. Yeah, in Minneapolis we have like 2 of them. I'm basically a co-founder of one of them, but it's
Cool.
really hard for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know.
Wait, let's just answer this question if we
So
can.
Ivy
This
says,
is go ahead.
"I'm a fifth generation atheist, but I had some American atheists tell me that I cannot be a real atheist because I was never a Christian. A lot of us were never really Christians. They were very persistent. Well, I don't know why. That's
This is either someone trolling
you
you.
can.
Hang on, this is either
Yeah.
someone trolling you because atheists initially were Christians, right?
Yeah.
So that's just a troll. And then secondly, I would imagine it's someone from the chat and not from the actual official
Yeah.
group
Well,
itself.
Steve McRae.
You got
Because-
hardballers. You got hardballers over at the non sequitur stuff. So yeah,
So-
you're gonna get hit with hardballs. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you don't believe, you're an
Oh, I see.
atheist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Ivy. It turns out as atheists, the only thing that we actually have to agree on is that we don't believe a God. We're not convinced a God exists in whatever way you word that. You don't have to have some strict definition. You don't have to have some kind of pass or card or any other thing. And so that's allows a broad definition of the word, but also it allows for there to be stupid people that are also atheists that say stupid things. And I apologize on behalf of the atheist religion that happened.
Thank you,
You
Joe.
get a free
Thank you,
punch
Joe.
on your card for that one.
Yes.
There's me thinking that your church was completely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
That's a very
had a schism from Joe's church some time
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, all the incest,
But-
all the incest was getting out of control.
Oh, I saw they had your
Well, it's
neighbors
the
back
baby
in the.
eating. You put
They
the
had your-
wrong kind of sauce on the babies to eat them, and my church can't deal with that. You know.
Wow.
Your neighbors were back in the news, Joe. Virginia snake handlers were back in the news.
Oh, they get
Oh,
bit again.
I'm sure.
No, they were doing the usual thing, dancing around, showing the snakes. I think they just do it every once in a while when the local news doesn't have anything better to talk about.
One dies about every 10 years, right? They get bit.
Yeah, they think it's a badge of honor or something, which is totally against the point of the whole thing to begin with.
Yeah,
so-
those
You're not
fuckers
supposed
are
to die.
stupid.
You're not supposed to die. See, this is the idea. If anybody doesn't know, they take a Bible verse literally that says the poison of a snake, or they can ingest it, however, and do not do this, do not do this. But they say the Bible says this, And so they play around with snakes. And unfortunately, many of them get bit by the snakes because the snake's having a bad day, and that's what snakes do. You know, and
So
yeah,
so they
many of them
actually
pass. And then the idea is, though, that they're not supposed to be affected by it because they're a believer, but they do get affected by it. They do pass or get very, very ill. And then they hold it up as a badge of honor saying, haha. And it's like, you weren't supposed to be affected by it. So it's ridiculous on all ends. Go ahead, Joe.
So they actually made this illegal in my state, but there's still a lot of places that do it. Now, over in West Virginia, it's not illegal. And it's some of these places have gained a little traction there, but they still do it here. In fact, there's places local to me that do snake handling and eat poison and all kinds of stuff. These people die all the time doing it. Like, not all the time, but it's not irregular. And it's expected, and they expect it. They know that they will probably be killed by a snake, but for some reason they say, well, that was, you know, God decided to bring them home or whatever, you know, like
It's suicide.
yeah, it's always justified with some kind of post hoc crap that doesn't make much sense. But this is just an example of how letting people just go to the extreme with their beliefs without any kind of evidence based substance to it leads to harmful situations. And
Don't do that.
So,
don't do that.
The other one.
And leave the dang snakes alone. All right? I mean, don't mess with them. They bite you, okay? And especially if you don't know what you're doing, don't mess with them. They bite you.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. Leave the pretty snakes alone.
I mean, people have known this for a long time, okay? They bite you. Don't mess with them, all right? Thank you.
This is my thought. If you are brilliant, and why would you not want to look at evidence? An intelligent person will intelligently, objectively look at evidence. But it's almost like some atheists say, hey, don't mess with me. I've already made up my mind, which is kind of what my wife's uncle used to say was, you know, I don't want to.
Well, kind of technically, if you're an atheist, you've made up your mind, yes. But if you can change my mind, then we'll see.
I mean,
Hear you.
that's
I've
not
already
how
made-
belief works, or lack of belief. Either you're convinced the thing is true or you're not. And there
Right.
is no like changing your mind or having your mind made up. It's either you're convinced of something or you're not. I mean, you can be in the middle and say, I don't know. That's a thing. But like, there is no like, I've decided that this is the way it is. Anyone can have their mind changed with sufficient reason to do so.
Right.
But you're not providing that, so we're not changing our mind.
Take it easy there, Ember. Easy does it, all right?
What's wrong with Ember's leg?
Amber hurt her leg apparently, and taking it easy there. So
She got that stank leg.
Stank
Take it easy, girl. Don't hurt yourself.
And don't forget, if you're having a good time, I appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the like. Maybe drop a comment. And in the description, you'll also find some of our regulars channels as well, like Answers in Atheism, Joe the Kentucky Atheist, Simos, and I believe I've got a link for Slim's channel too, where you often find Brainless, and you'll find Brainless over on Commander's channel too, which you'll see Commander.
Can I shill
chat
something
as well.
real quick?
Yeah.
You sure can.
So if any of you would like to actually take a step and go really speak out against the assholes that spread this kind of stuff, I'm organizing the Ark Encounter protest for July 6th this year, and we would love to have you. There's going forward, you can, my channel and many others, I'll be working with Secular Rarity and the Tri-State Free Thought people to put this together. So you can find information on that coming up, but we would love to have you. We're looking for speakers. There's going to be a big party. It's going to be a big weekend of events. July is Atheism in July. It looks like we've got the Ark Encounter protest, the anniversary of the Scopes monkey trial, and NanaCon all coming up in July. So start planning for that now, folks. Make your summer vacation to good old Kentucky. It's such a wonderful place.
And how about housing? Do you have that figured out, or do you have links to hotels or whatever?
I will be getting promo codes for blocks of hotel rooms for people to get a discount on that. And
Okay.
if there's some kind of issue with that, contact me and I may be able to help. I'll try my best. We do have people that are willing to put people up, and if I'm going to be doing some fundraising and stuff, and if I can help with that, I certainly will, because I want every person that can make it to make it. I'm going to be flying in speakers from all over the place. It's going to be a huge ordeal. So come join us in Kentucky this summer.
Made up my mind.
Interesting.
But why refuse the evidence, which is overwhelming? One of the big tenets of atheism is the theory of evolution.
No, it ain't.
Uh-oh.
Not about atheism.
Here we go. Why aren't you a scientist? I'm not a scientist.
Mhm.
The theory of evolution. Now, what's wrong with evolution? Well, the evolutionists.
Tell us, Dr. Self.
Please don't say the origin of life. Please don't say that.
No, please say that, because that would be consistent with everything else he's got wrong so far.
Believe, and typically evolutionists tend to be atheists, that nothing created everything.
No.
There we go. Straight away,
That's not
Joe.
what we think.
Right. I mean,
Nothing created everything. That's even.
we have this. I have to say, in my list of 10 stupid things that theists and creationists say, he hit 3 of them in one sentence. It's like a trifecta of dumbasses.
This guy's a gold mine. Joe, this guy's a gold mine.
I just put out a short addressing this very thing. Atheists explain everything came from nothing, and I just answered back.
Yeah.
Don't believe everything came from nothing. There you go.
Chaos created order.
Chaos creates order. Snowflake. Next.
Non-life created life.
That's not evolution either, as Joe pointed out.
There's your abiogenesis right there. And I always throw back, what are the living elements on the periodic table? You can pretty much look up a recipe for a human being, right? These are all the elements that are in your makeup, right? Which ones are alive? What gives it life, right? Well, there's all kind of chemistry going on and everything. Exactly. There you go. If you just ask, they'll answer their own question. They just don't want to. Because as soon as they say, well, there's chemistry going on, well, oops.
Yeah.
Non-consciousness created consciousness.
Mike?
Yeah.
Non-consciousness created consciousness.
Right. Yeah. Interesting way to look at it.
Painters create paintings. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you have to have a mind first. You have to have it, so then you have to have a God first.
Joe, you've blown my mind. Right there.
Yeah, I find I've thought about this a little bit lately, and if you propose an all-knowing, all-powerful being, can agency really take place in such a being? Because I don't think that it's even plausible to say that an all-knowing being can have agency as well, because you don't. I think that's contradictory, honestly. I'm not smart on some of those things. So maybe I'm wrong, but to me it seems like that doesn't fit.
Non-personal created personal. Non-rational created rational. Blind created vision. Deaf.
Blind created vision. That's not how it works.
You gotta have eyes. You gotta have eyes to be blind.
Yeah.
Good point.
Blind
is the loss of vision.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
created hearing, and it goes on and on and on.
Well,
It's
you do.
just an absurdity that everything came from nothing.
That's because you're saying it. So,
Well, no, it is an absurdity there. That's the first thing I agree with him on the whole video so far.
yeah.
Yeah, there was an absurdity, just not the one he said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's absurd to think that anything comes from nothing. I completely agree with that, which is why no one says it.
I can't believe this guy like calls himself a doctor and says these things.
Yeah. Doctor. Nice. Well, doctor of theology. Fair enough.
I don't care.
You know.
Educated and
Yeah.
says these things. Like,
Well,
it's
the only time you'll be useful is when the world ends. So, which is a couple of years. I've got money on it.
Probably got a video on that too.
I got money on it. It's within a couple of years. 2 years.
That somehow there was this single cell organism that came through this ooze, primordial mass or ooze, over millions of years, and the single cell organism somehow became 2 cells. And then the 2 cell organism somehow developed into 3 cells, and eventually this developed.
Well, no, it would probably go to 4 cells, but the point being is, no, it wasn't just this one thing that was living and evolved. It was all over the place. This
so let's
misrepresentation.
pretend for a minute. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to step
What's up,
on
Leo?
people, I really don't.
No, you're right. Go ahead, Mike or Joe.
So let's pretend for a moment that he's describing it correctly, which he is not. But what he's describing is a mechanism to which leads to life. And he calls this absurdity, yet his position that he's projecting onto atheists in this case is that God literally did it out of nothing. That all those things that he just said about this needs a creator and this needs a contingency and all those things that he just said, he disregards in his claim that a God did it out of nothing for reasons. Whereas he's actually describing a mechanism wrongly, but at least there is a mechanism to describe those things. Now, can we reproduce it exactly and prove that that's exactly what happened? No, and maybe we will, but like that's not the case. But that doesn't matter because at least there is a mechanism by which you can explain these things. God doesn't provide any of that.
And Ivy makes a good point. I don't like the "we don't know" argument. Prefer to say "we don't know yet." Yeah, that's a good thing always to add. That you know, science didn't know a lot of things last year, so
we don't know is an honest answer though. Whereas I know and it was God is not.
Up to some form of life. In other words, non-life created life. And then these cells began to multiply and created some type of animal, and this animal began to evolve in all kinds of different species, which eventually devolved into the human race. And the odds of that are impossible. The evidence for that...
Oh, you were doing okay. And then you said the odds against it are impossible. And Mike and I have talked about this, I don't know how many times now, Mike. They just make up these probabilities. There is no probability that life can't form. It doesn't exist.
Life is here, so the odds are 1, right?
Right.
And
Right.
It's actually. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
If we're going to put arbitrary odds onto things, what are the odds that a supernatural creator that's outside of space and time that has an all-knowing agency?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, the odds are it happened.
the point are, if you say the odds are, then it's a statistic, and that means by definition it's not impossible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? If it's 1 in some ridiculous number, that genuinely means it has a possibility, however small.
That's what Frank Turk defeats his own argument with that, where he says, well, the odds of winning the lottery are very small. But if you buy enough lottery tickets, and it's like, yeah, Frank, and the oceans are pretty big, Frank, right? And microorganisms are very small, Frank, okay? So you can have a lot of this going on, a lot. hello, Steph. Or I mean, Jess. And hello, Stephanie, too. If I didn't say hi to Stephanie dropping funny comments out there.
I mean, this reminds me of the things that Fermi said and Drake. Like these are things that have been addressed to some extent. I mean, not necessarily in this context. I mean, they were just talking about other life in many cases. But I mean, whenever you start talking about statistics and the odds of something, a small statistic of like 1 in 1 million, 1 in 1 billion, when you have such a huge universe with so many chances of that happening, becomes likely.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
It defeats the argument of exactly if you've got enough lottery tickets. Yeah, the 1 in how many becomes a lot more probable. Ta-da!
If you said 1 in a trillion, that would still put life all over the universe. Like,
yeah,
it's.
But do you have a trillion lottery tickets? Right.
I mean, there's a lot of unknown variables there, so we can't make that claim. But like, just saying, it's stupid to make these arguments about odds.
Yeah. There's no odds. Knock it off. Saturday night at the Atheists.
Now, asshole.
Saturday night at the Atheists have spoken. These odds are nonsense.
Well, in effect, what he said is, the odds are impossible, which means there's zero, and that's what impossible means. And so it's an argument from ignorance. Straightforward. I can dismiss it.
Show me the mathematical proof of that.
Yeah, but that's the same thing with like there is other life out there in the universe. Just statistically, it has to be there because there's so many stars, so many galaxies, so many years have passed. Like,
hi, Jess.
Hey, Jess, and we got Daleks. How you doing? Christopher, hello. Yeah, exactly. But the odds are also against us getting from one, even one solar system to another or something. Forget across the universe, right? So that becomes one of those things, right? Is the alien in the box dead or alive if you haven't opened the box, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's worse than that actually, but because here we have to say, is there even an alien in the box?
Yeah, right. Is there even an alien?
It's just a philosophical question.
So
we don't until we have evidence. It just becomes churning some mathematical numbers to give you some idea of how smart you are.
With the Skinner thing, which is about superposition, not really the same thing, but the example that you gave is what I'm going to go with. If we say the cat in the box and is the cat alive or dead, and the probabilities are both, and all that, right? You get to where that leads, and it's well understood psychology stuff. But whenever you then add to that, well, I haven't even shown you that there is a cat in the box, or that the boxes even exist. I'm just telling you that there's a box like this. Like, then it becomes a question of, is this just something you think, or is you haven't shown that there is a cat or an alien in this case to be alive or not alive. Like, it's absurdity in the title is correct. It's just needs reworded a little bit.
It's on the other end.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist. And they say, well, we can see this in animals today. No, you see different species evolving within their species.
Wait a minute. You just said species evolving, but there's no evolution. Oh, okay.
But you never see a cat becoming a dog or a dog.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
A cat becoming a dog.
Banana becoming a horse.
Or a dog becoming a horse. Oh, that's...
Or a person becoming a banana.
Oof.
I'm Mr. Ed.
Poor lady dog. Oof.
Or,
I told you there would be crocoduck.
Unbelievable.
Where Simos, yeah, are you disappointed? There's plenty of that.
I'm not disappointed because, like, there has been one single sentence I've agreed with in the whole of this thing so far. Everything else has been just completely like the lowest fruit possible, which is a root vegetable in this case.
That's what we do here at Saturday Night at the Atheist.
Scrape the bottom of the barrel.
So just to be
These are
clear,
not well rehearsed arguments.
Just to be clear, this is that shit I was talking about, where like we have him saying the absurdity of atheism, which is a ridiculous sentence in itself. But the problem here is that he wants to come and he's said he's went ahead and presupposed, added it, he shoved it in earlier that atheism is the belief in evolution and all these other things, and that if he pokes holes in evolution or in science in some way, that helps demonstrate that it must be God, that's somehow the default position otherwise. And this is the thing that we fall for too often. Yeah, it's fun to argue these and talk about the science and all that stuff, and I enjoy it. I'm here for it. Let's do it. But we need to recognize that the dishonesty that goes into even making an argument like this, because instead he doesn't want to talk about the overwhelming evidence that proves his God is true. Instead, he went directly to, if I can poke holes in some scientific theory, then the default position is that I'm right. And this is what causes so many problems in our own community.
A horse becoming a giraffe, there is none of that. And the other thing is, if cells could somehow multiply and become animals, they would have to be a two-cell organism. Well, there are no two-cell organisms.
What? Sure there are.
Yes, there are. Somebody made the point, was it, our buddy Major Coleman, there are no three-celled organisms. Well, there's a reason there's not three-celled organisms. You go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to...
This is like the Futurama thing where they say, well, you can't provide this missing link. And then it's like, yeah, you can. It's right here. And it's like, well, you can't provide this other missing link. Yeah, we can. It's right here. Like, that's what this is like.
Yeah, if you split 1 and you get 2. If you split 2, you get 4. Okay?
Yeah, it's worse than that. It's much worse than that. This is the dumbest damn thing that they can possibly say. Okay,
Yeah.
If cells are going to stick together, you're not going to have 2 cells sticking together because they ain't going to really do nothing, right? You're going to have about 50 cells sticking together.
Yeah,
so it's
once
going to
they
go
start to
from 1
reproduce,
to
they don't
50
generally
cells.
stop.
Yeah, and that's what happened. There were aggregates of organisms, and eventually the inner cells started to differentiate based on where they were, and that was the start of multicellularity. But it went from 1 cell to about maybe 40 cells, not 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Why does he think that has to happen now? It's ridiculous.
If the thing that he's, and I think you're hitting it on the head here, Mike, but the thing that he's overlooking is that if 1 cell divides and becomes 2 cells, that means that those 2 cells have the ability to divide, and why would they not? If cell division is taking place, then you get more cells. And look, some of those cells now, you have so many, they can provide other functions other than the basic ones that the originals did. And so they divide with cells that do those functions. And he accepts, microevolution, I guess. But
and I look at basically, I did a little research, and I think there are some 2-celled and some 8-celled organisms that we have now that basically do something, but 2 cells is pretty weak. I mean, you're not going to form organs or, inside and outside with 2 cells. You're going to have about 48 cells, something like that.
That will be symbiosis between 2 single-celled organisms.
Yeah. Yep.
Sure.
And it's not impossible because, like we were talking about, when you go through, sperm to egg, and then you get division, right? and enough cells divide, and there you go. So it's something that, as they want to see observed in real time, well, you can see that.
And the other thing,
you can't see it on a big scale, but you can see it on a small scale.
we haven't even got to 1% of identifying all the microorganisms. I mean, we're nowhere near having looked at the entire field yet. There's a lot
or
of stuff,
insects for that matter.
or insects.
Yeah.
We got Minnow here in the chat with us, and we got Top Dog stopping by, and
I mean,
Icarus. Did I see Icarus earlier? Hey, Icarus.
Yeah. It seems like their idea of
Ned
evolution is that one day like a fish wakes up and has a tail, like
Yeah. Yep.
like or you know, one day a monkey all of a sudden is a human. Like no one has proposed that other than the creationists. Like
that's the Jim Bob argument. What good is a nub? And it's like I said earlier, well, if the nub does something, then the nub is good. And if the nub gets a little bigger and it's better, then the nub gets passed on that, hey, a bigger nub is better. And pretty soon it's, you know what, if it gets some little frills on the end, you get even a better grip on the rocks, right? And
a bigger knob is not always better.
Well, I
that's true.
don't know about that.
Well,
Guys, just a little tip out there for you. Just never ignore the nub.
If you're able, if it makes you more likely to rub your nub on another nub and produce more nubs, then it's successful, right? Like
exactly.
But I heard a rumor about Jim Bob that he knows very well what a nub does. He knows a lot about it.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Jim Bob's in the closet.
The other thing is, if we were transitioning from one type of animal to another type of animal, there would have to be a transitional fossil found. There's never been a transitional fossil.
Never.
So
never been a transitional fossil. Yeah, and specifically though, there are species transitional fossils. You look it up. There's an extensive list of them. There's all kinds of
Archaeopteryx. What is it?
Yeah.
Is it a bird or a dinosaur?
Laws
I'll wait.
Of physics do not work out here. You know, physics say you cannot create something from nothing.
That's good.
Stop saying that. We don't think it came from nothing.
Dude, he has hit every one of them in my list in this short period of time.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's terrible. Absolutely.
Stop saying that. And if you haven't heard it enough, Deconverted Man also put out a video, and yours truly is in it, as well as some really nice fella named Aaron Ra showed up in it. You might have heard of him. I guess he gets around somewhere, you know. Just kidding, Aaron. We love you. But yeah, Deconverted Man put out a video with a whole bunch of atheists saying, we do not believe that everything came from nothing. Please stop saying it. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
and
we don't believe.
Subscribe to Deconverted Man while you're over there.
That's your position.
Which is exactly what the evolutionists believe. The law of thermic.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
And has nothing to do with evolution.
Although maybe in 2 years I will.
So far, he said that atheism somehow means you believe in evolution, and evolution believes that you or insist that you believe in a universe created from nothing. Like he just jumps from science to science, saying that one infers the other whenever none of that is true at all.
Yeah, but this comes from this old worldview kind of bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Atheism is a worldview, therefore it entails everything I think is false. Right? Everything which isn't God, right? If someone says, I know, and they don't include God, that's atheism.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's not done. Yeah. He's not done.
Oh, I'm sure
Thermodynamics says that everything is in an eventual state of decay. You know,
and we get energy in from the sun that fuels biological evolution.
I mean,
you can have you can have order despite the entropy or whatever, because of the
Okay.
energy in or whatever. What's, you tell me, Joe? You know it better than I do.
Okay, so when it comes to entropy, it allows for there to be organized complex systems within the larger picture, right? So you can still have entropy occurring where high energy areas spread out into low energy areas until everything is equal. You can still have that with complex things happening on a small scale within it. It doesn't. That's not a contradiction to the laws of thermodynamics in any way whatsoever. And
In
if
the
you would
formation-
actually look at thermodynamics, it even predicts this. So
The
Thank you.
formation of a snowflake kind of refutes what he's saying here. Because
Yeah.
you're going from this disordered state to a highly ordered state. And it happens, a lot of snowflakes happen. I don't know if you live in Minnesota, but a lot of snowflakes.
right, exactly. You can
We got a
have
few. We got a few here. There was a little dusting here.
yeah, that like Mike, the example Mike gave is an excellent one with snowflakes, because you can have this incredibly complex snowflake that appears anyway to be, this orderly thing, but that doesn't take away from entropy at large. That's just it's just not true. And this is what they do, though. They pretend that the science they are referring to doesn't refute this in the science itself, because in many papers about the laws of thermodynamics, this exact subject is talked about extensively. In fact, there's probably more papers on that than a lot of other things in the area of thermodynamics. Having small pockets of order does not take away from it in any way whatsoever.
They're not even small pockets, Joe. As yet, we've had no evidence that protons can decay. There's hypothetically, they've got some equations,
Well,
etc., but it's never been observed. And if it is, it certainly isn't in the lifetime of this universe.
Things get funny when you get into quantum mechanics.
Sure, they do.
So
But
I have a reader book in my bathroom called The Theory of Complexity. And it's got about 8 sections. One of them is evolution, where they explain the mathematics and the science behind the formation of complexity from simple systems. And it's done with a lot of probability and a lot of really intense mathematics. But he just states that it can't happen, and it does all the time. It just doesn't make sense.
Right. It's predicted.
The evidence? What is the
Hand waving, right?
hand waving? Well, he's preaching to a choir. That's what he's doing. So
If you want some numbers, Leo's got. If protons do decay, it would take at least 10 to the 60th years.
Yeah, and
that's a long time.
I ain't
got time for that.
Which is a problem for another thing he's hinting at here, which, given the amount of stupid things he said in a short period of time, I'm sure that we're going to hear something about contingency in a moment. But which destroys his contingency thing, because it may just be that the quantum field and the existence of quantum particles and stuff kind of defeats a need for, I mean, you don't have to prove that. It's just one way of answering that question that he's going to ask. I'll let him get there so it makes more sense.
I'm feeling pretty absurd. I'm feeling pretty absurd here for some reason. I don't know. It's overwhelming me.
This is his bad language again, right? Because like he literally said chaos. And by chaos, he doesn't mean some, like a very complex form of whatever system. What he means is completely random.
Yeah.
Right. And that's, that's just the deceit, if you like, in what he's saying. That's how you know he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Because, when people say chaos in mathematics, they think the theory of chaos.
Say it ain't
exactly
so.
opposite, which is not a random process.
Say it
You
ain't
know,
so. Dr.
completely-
Self don't always talk about.
Completely random is almost a more of a concept than a thing, kind of like
Yeah,
infinity.
for sure.
You know,
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
it's so I would like to see this well-educated doctor demonstrate true randomness if that's
Yeah.
what
Oh,
he
we
wants
got.
to do.
I'd
We
like
got
to.
plenty.
I'd like him to demonstrate either well or doctorate.
We got
Yeah.
plenty.
Everything
Well
eventually
educated. Either
decays.
education
Well,
or well.
so instead of the universe continually growing bigger and bigger and bigger, it would have to decay, and so it violates the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, not true.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
That's not. It's not true.
No.
This just makes no sense. Evolution.
There we agree.
Well, there we
That
go.
makes no
That's
sense.
number 2 sentence we agree with.
So if he was right, there would be no stars, according to his
Exactly.
model.
Yeah, that makes no sense. You're right.
Yeah.
Is a convenient explanation of godlessness. Is a convenient explanation of godliness. But when you look
okay.
at the fossil records, they do not support evolution. When
What the fuck?
There are no fossils.
That is
There's no
the biggest
How did
fossils.
we
piece
get
of
to the
evidence.
fossil record?
There are no fossils. We've already
Hand wave.
agreed there's no fossils.
It's hand wave, hand
Yeah.
wave.
Yeah. When did he look at the fossil record? I mean, there are like tens of millions of fossils now. And it's like,
I
There
think
is-
Hawaiian
there is-
shirt guy told him.
There is
So
no bone. There is no bone which can prove evolution.
they don't come with tags on them and blah blah blah.
This is like a record for a gish gallop of nonsense. We're only like 2 minutes into this
This
video.
is-
How long are we in?
I don't
He's
know. I
good.
said 2 minutes, but I don't know that.
Okay.
But, but
Don't do that to me, Joe.
the point,
Maybe
the
half,
point
maybe
is,
half.
Though, the point is though is that we started with Bible verses and
Yeah.
then he talked about evolution and then he talked about molecules and stuff and then somehow we got into talking about the universe and the laws of thermodynamics and he in like with a comma, there wasn't even a period, with a comma went to the fossil record. Like, what is going on?
Take a
Yeah.
breath, my dude. Take a breath. I look long and far and wide to find these videos. I hope you appreciate it.
I
Yeah.
do.
No,
You-
Yes, we
you
do.
bring us
Yeah.
great stuff every week, Dave, and we appreciate it.
We got some more. I've got some stockpiled, so we've got some more to come. May even be better than this one.
you look at the science behind evolution, it's full of pitfalls. It's just full of pitfalls. So man descended from ape. Well, there is no transitional.
No, man
Oh.
is an ape. Man is a species of ape. We are
Yeah.
members of
Well.
the great apes. It's not from Go
And
ahead,
we
Tim.
descended from them too, though. So
Yeah,
even if-
ancestors of.
it's not
Right.
the right way to say it, but even if we give him that, he's wrong. We have numerous ones. Homo
Yes.
naledi, Homo africanus, Homo are the Neanderthals, the Homo habilis. I mean, there's tons of them. What is he on about? Like it's
Well,
If you want some good videos on it too, Guts Gibbon does it. And I
Yes.
know the late great Bill Ludlow had videos on him too. Go check out his channel. As far as I know, his channel's still up. So,
I had a little talk
I-
with Jim the other day about
yeah, you did.
evolving from chimps. Basically, it's like, no, we did not descend from chimps.
no.
And it was really interesting because he brought out just every bit of fallacious thinking that the average uneducated Christian has about evolution, and it was pretty.
Yeah.
We had a pretty cordial talk for a change. It was,
For a few, yeah. Hello, Aunt Jer and Jedi. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hello.
I mean, he just a phylogenetic tree is the best explanation for that, and
Right.
I mean, we have.
he was asking. He was asking, like, okay, if we descended from this common ancestor, right, this common form, that basically chimps and humans descended from. Okay, what if that common form had gotten into a place where it could survive the whole time, and it was now an extant species, and there'd be another one? And I said, yeah, that could happen. But
Stasis.
that common form today could not mate with the one 6 million years ago because
Right.
the DNA will change, even if the morphology doesn't change that much. As they call them living fossils, but nobody uses that term anymore because it's so horribly misleading. But like a coelacanth today could not breed with a coelacanth
Yeah.
10 million
Just because
years
it's a
ago.
fish doesn't
Yeah,
mean
no,
it can mate with all other fish.
Yeah,
Right.
no, there's also I believe it was like a lizard type of animal that lived on one side of a big lake, and like the group kind of split up,
Ring
and
species.
one went left around the lake, the other one right around the lake. But when that migration took so long that they kind of evolved, and when they met back on the other side of the lake, those species couldn't mate.
Yeah, that's I think in Western United States, and it's actually along the West Coast, and it's called a ring species, where the northmost one could not breed with the southmost one, but every one of them can breed with the ones closest to them because their DNA is. Yeah, it depends
like,
on how different your DNA is. And it's called a ring
Yeah,
species. Look it up on the wiki.
that's wild.
We got a comment that says, as a former atheist, I want to encourage you atheists totally need to be confronted about the absurdity of their worldview and their need to prove that their view even makes sense, which
Prove
it
it.
does not.
We're
Okay, well, that's what
literally
we're
running
doing.
a video about the
And-
absurdity of atheism. What are you talking about?
I discount a worldview thing. I think a worldview
Yeah.
thing is kind of
And
another,
also, if you
another topic altogether. Let's just say it.
yeah, and if you're talking about proving, like if you're saying something exists, then you're the one that needs to prove it.
Yeah. I'll simplify the worldview thing. You're proposing a worldview. You would accept, since you're using the word worldview. You're proposing a worldview. I reject your worldview. How does that translate? That's it.
Yeah.
Like,
There you go.
and as a former atheist, I would think that you understood that, but it doesn't seem
And
that
prove-
any of these former atheists ever understand atheism at all, which
Well-
is quite hilarious.
I
But
challenge him to prove any worldview.
Isn't every religious person also a former atheist? Because everybody gets born an atheist.
oh, sure,
Yeah.
technically that's true. Yeah, culturally,
Hello, nerdy.
though, I mean,
And Nerdy Rodent's here, and Jackie's here. Hello.
hi, Aunt
Hello,
Jared,
hello.
Nerdy Rodent, Jackie, hi.
We got a bundle of people.
Being ever found
Yeah,
that's half
a lot of
man,
great
half ape, or
folks.
part man, part ape. Never, ever been discovered. It never.
Part man,
Part Man,
ape.
Part 8. Oh, the
There we go.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
That's the one. Gilbert and Sullivan quote, which is my favourite here. Darwinian man, though well behaved, at best is only a monkey shaved.
And it was posted in the chat earlier by Top Dog, and Joe, I think, mentioned it. Yeah, the Futurama bit with, well, you don't have this transitional, you don't have this transitional, you don't have this transitional, you don't have, there's plenty of them, and they're never going to have every last single fossil of everything that ever lived. Doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Just doesn't work that way.
Something fossilizing is quite rare.
Rare. Yeah. Very rare.
It will be discovered because it is a lie. Evolution is a lie.
Oh, nobody told me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm
Let me apologize to
I'm
the chat real
shattered.
quick.
I'm just shattered.
For the what?
Let me apologize to the chat. I didn't mean to seem unenthusiastic greeting you. I really do appreciate everyone coming to watch us and join the conversation. I was looking at something else when I said it. Sorry. I apologize. I'm very happy to see all of you.
Oh, you said an
Oh,
nasty
right on.
thing.
Right.
No, I said hi this person, hi that person. like that
Oh.
because I was reading something as I was saying hi to people.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries, Joe. We love the chat. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes.
We appreciate everybody chatting in the chat, and that helps with the algorithm and all that stuff too. And speaking of, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, hit the like, maybe drop a comment under there, share it around, and that goes for everybody on the panel too. And you'll find their channels, or as I pointed out, Brainless is often at Slim's channel, so I put that down there in the description. And you'll also find a lot of folks with wrenches posting links. Make sure you check out links when somebody posts them. Go and subscribe to those channels. Help everybody out. We all appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you anything. Just got to
share
click
Dave's video so we can get him to 500. Come on.
Just click those buttons. Yeah, and yeah, I've been getting closer to 500. Would appreciate everybody subscribing, get me to 500 so we can have some Bigfoot emojis, because around here we talk about Bigfoot a lot. We have a lot of fun with it. Okay, it's all in good fun. All right, and
If
I don't mean to
Arcangelo
offend
can
anybody.
create 15 stock accounts, so can you.
That's right. And I don't mean to offend any believers in Bigfoot or anything else. It's all in good fun. And I also wanted to send out condolences. I heard in the news recently 2 Bigfoot hunters were found passed away.
Oh,
And
no.
that was sad news. They didn't make it home. So our condolences to the families of the Bigfoot hunters. I think it was up there in Washington or Oregon or somewhere up there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. So
Yeah.
our hearts go out to you.
And so nothing cannot create something. Chaos
Nobody's saying nothing creates something.
does not create order.
Chaos creates order. You see, some of these videos, when you want to do a response to them, are really hard, because how do you do a response video to something like this where you have to just keep stopping. Joe, understand, right? Trying to make a video out of something like this is really hard.
Yeah, because you end up like they say so many wrong, stupid things that the amount
what
of
do you
things
cover?
that they squeeze
Right.
into a short period of time determines how long it takes to give a thoughtful explanation. And you find yourself like purposely skipping things or just mocking them or whatever, because I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really deserve a serious response. But I think that we give it the appropriate response here. I mean, I think that you have a panel of people that are all, thinking about things critically, and we have a little fun with it because it's funny to hear someone who fancies themselves some kind of expert to sit and say such stupid things.
Yeah, this is never personal. We don't make things personal here. And Mr. Self is welcome to come on and defend himself. We always welcome almost anybody we review. Certain exceptions, we have no interest in talking to a certain person, but otherwise, this is not personal. If it was personal, we would make it personal, and we're not making it personal.
Yeah,
And Jackie makes a good
basically,
point.
if you can be
Quick,
decent.
real quick, hold on. That Jackie makes a good point here. Why is it always atheism or Christianity? Yeah, that's the dichotomy they set up. It's bad. Yeah, there's a lot of other options.
If I poke holes in science, then the default position is creationism and Christianity's true. That's the whole point that they try to push, which is the dishonesty in creation apologetics in general. I think that's a wonderful thing to point out, Jackie.
Well, they like to separate. They like
observing.
Hang on a second. They like to separate.
96.
Hang on a sec. They like to separate intelligent design from creationism, and they say no, it's not necessarily the same thing. We're just advocating that intelligent design is a science, so it should be taught, and that's nothing to do with creationism, which has been debunked. Right?
Well,
they like to do that, right? So it's the same as us going, well, basically, it's basically going up and saying, well, intelligent design is Christianity written into a different name.
But here's the problem with that still. Even if we shift it to intelligent design needs to be taught, and your reason for teaching intelligent design is because you poke holes in evolution, that doesn't make intelligent design the default answer. And it's always implied that if I can show there's something wrong with this other thing, then I have the default answer here for you.
Yeah,
and that's not the way anything works.
Sure.
And
But like I'm
Dr.
saying,
Selfair can
like
help you.
the same way
Can
they
help you with your witchcraft too.
Yeah, the same way they equate atheism with evolution, right? Is what we should do with it. Is what we could do with intelligent design, and they would deny that. They will say, no. We're not saying that we want to advocate for Christianity, because all people that are intelligent design proponents are not necessarily Christians.
Right.
And that's exactly the same thing they're trying to do in reverse, you know. So again, that's what shows you the grifter side of it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
And then secondly, the thing I wanted to say was that look, it's really hard to listen to these things, which are just a bunch of claims. At some point, he tried to make an argument, and we responded to that. But that was a very brief moment in this whole video. The rest has just been a series of claims, which is, you know, how you're not bringing any evidence, and Hitchens' razor falls, and we can just dispute, we can just dismiss everything in it except that one part of the argument. Right. So there you go.
So I popped up that accidental witchcraft video that he did, and I listened to that, and I had some thoughts on that. And he talks about how you can accidentally do witchcraft, and you can accidentally invite Satan by doing yoga. Like if you do yoga, which is based on Hinduism, and that is satanic, he says. So basically, if you do yoga, you can accidentally invite Satan into your life.
You hear that, Mrs. Desk? You and your yoga. Gosh.
He's got a lady on his channel, and it's called, God, what is he called? I'll find it in a second. But anyway, the interesting thing is he talks about witches and demons, right? And he's talking about Satan, witches, and demons that can come in and do supernatural things in the world, right? Aren't those gods, and aren't they monotheists? So why are they talking about these other gods?
Good night, Ivy.
Have you ever thought about that?
Well, yeah, they say by sleight of hand. There is an apologetic, and it's simply, but those are like demons. They're little g gods, not big g gods.
Little g gods, right? Okay, so that's how they get around.
When you point out to them that there is no capital letters in Hebrew, you know.
But when you think about it, their mindset today is that there are numerous bad gods in the world, along with the one big good God, right?
Yeah.
Well, and the one big good
that's
God
actually
is,
what the Bible says.
Well, that's what Judaism claims, anyway.
So I mean,
no other gods before me.
And then they talk about pagans, you know, because they have all these gods like the tree god and the wind god, and it's like they're doing the same damn thing. They have demons everywhere attacking your children and turning them gay.
And the frogs too. Don't forget
the frogs.
The
frogs. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, but
turn the fucking frogs gay.
Yeah, but they deserve it. They deserve it because they prove evolution. So.
Dang frogs.
It goes on.
I don't want badmouth frogs. I have a great frog buddy that hangs out at my pond with me. Frog. It was a new frog friend. I don't know what happened to my other frog friend. Maybe something happened. Frogs don't live forever.
Your new frog friend ate him.
The new frog friend got bigger this year, and it was skittish at first, but by the end of the summer, I could walk right up and say, "Hello, frog buddy," and frog would sit right there, and we were cool. So,
do you think that they would consider a tadpole changing into a frog the same as like one kind changing into another? Is that a fish changing into an animal?
I'm hoping for tadpoles some year. That would be neat.
I got tadpoles. I got you some tadpoles, Dave. I'll bring them to you.
All right.
I'll put them right in your pond.
I got a nice ecosystem. I say I attracted some frogs. That's a good sign when you attract some kind of wildlife. That you got a nice healthy. Now, the big birds that show up are another issue. We don't like the big birds. Pond people don't like the big birds, but the frog
get
wants to
rival for
hang
that.
out. Frog's okay.
So he has a link to some other channel if you look at it on the YouTube app on TV, and it's this lady who's doing an alternative to yoga called something like Holy Movement or something like that, and she's got this whole series of like movement videos, and she's in one of them. Her alternative to yoga is doing yoga while chanting the Bible or something like that, and it's like it's still yoga. You're still
Impressive.
doing yoga.
Yeah.
It's like,
Impressive multitasking, Mike.
yeah,
It's
You don't
okay.
get.
but I mean, it's a whole exercise channel based on yelling out, Christian babble.
Babble. Christian
Yeah,
babble
yeah.
from the Babel.
That sounds like
Babble
fun.
from the Bible.
Yeah, a lot of the apologists have covered the yoga thing, that it's demons and everything else.
What the fuck?
When,
What the
when I lift weights, I do a set and I say, dash the babies against the rocks.
Yeah, utter nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of utter nonsense,
And non-life cannot create life. There's never been any evidence for that. This is just
Well,
a
apart from
theory.
life.
And sadly,
yeah,
the theory has been taught as fact. And it's sad. Now, the evidence for creation is overwhelming. I read this article.
yeah, the library's filled of biology papers. It's just nothing. But Elvin's, double wide cardboard things nailed on a tree. There you go.
That's your real science.
That's your real science.
I've never found a fossil, but my goodness, I found some paper on trees.
No offense to people in a double wide. I'm just having fun.
Now, come on, Dave. Kentucky
Some mighty fine
Kentucky is
double
full
wides out
of
there.
mobile homes now.
Some mighty fine ones.
Not too long ago, which, I'm just have to keep it simple, maybe because my mind is simple. I don't know.
But well,
Yeah.
maybe, just maybe you don't know anything about biology. Just maybe.
Yeah, it
Hello,
makes sense.
Andrew. Got Andrew coming here. Good to see you.
But when
Yeah,
a man
he,
was looking at,
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to comment on Andrew. He showed up in time to defend the frogs.
All right.
an outboard motor. Maybe he was a fisherman or a guy that likes to water ski or something. He's looking at an outboard motor on the back of a boat. And as he looked at this motor, he said, wow, somebody built that.
Wow.
Somebody
Well,
designed that.
Probably.
Some company took a design and built that beautiful
I've
outboard
seen
motor.
those engines before.
Yeah.
How does he know
Yeah.
that? By observing. So when you observe,
No, it's not just by observing. It's because we have a history of knowing that companies build outboard motors, and there's a history of the combustion engines and going back, and that's why you know what it is. If you didn't know what it was, you might
Can I
sit
share
there for a
something,
while
Dave?
puzzled, wondering what the heck is this thing. Go ahead, Joe. Let me see. Where the heck are you at?
Let me get the file here.
Okay.
Because this is it's blowing my mind how many of these he's hit. Like this is
Yeah.
something I'm working on,
Totally.
and I don't know how well you can read it, but
Make bingo
10
cards out
stupid
of it.
things that theists say. There's no such thing as atheist where he started. Evolution is false because you can't explain origins. Atheists think that everything came from nothing. The watchmaker argument. Evolution is a religion.
This-
Atheists
this is
have
it.
faith in science. I mean, he's hitting every one of them almost in order.
He's almost got
It's
the bingo
really
card
kind of
covered.
spooky.
Nice.
Yeah, it makes me think that maybe God exists.
It's a sign, Joe. It's a sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
I-
she's called Praise Moves. I found her videos, and it's like
creation.
Wait, hang on a second.
Yeah, we got to see
Move
this.
it around. Here we go.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome. She's Let's see if I can run
his
it.
feathers, and under his wings you shall take refuge. His truth shall be your shield and buckler. You will not be
All right.
afraid of the terror by night, nor the
Not
arrow
afraid.
that flies by
No
day.
fear.
You want to see
No fear. Got the armor of God on doing yoga. No
Yeah,
worries.
you know what that makes me want to do? It makes me want to like go in public places and record how wrong it is to just quote Bible verses out of context, like how you would get kicked out of places for going and just saying biblical things in public
Okay,
places at the wrong
I
time.
suffer not a woman to teach.
That's actually the thing that's meant with don't use the Lord's name in vain. Don't use him to do harm. Not just using it without context, but like
You might be called a witch too, so you better watch out there.
But can you imagine, Joe, if
Because I'm off, you know.
in addition to quoting biblical verses in public, if you were doing these movements too on the street, right? You're doing what he's doing. It's like, man, that's these are called praise moves.
And you might hit the wrong mudra too, and is it mudra? I think it was mudra, the hand signals. Yeah, if you hit that wrong hand signal in the wrong neighborhood, I'm just saying.
Right.
If she pulled a muscle while doing that, do you think she'd say, "God damn it"?
Yeah.
What do you say when you stub your toe, right?
I mean, yeah.
Objective observation of creation. Creation screams loudly that it had to be designed and created. There is to say that creation is just some random happening doesn't make sense. It's
Correct.
like
number three. Number three, I've agreed with him.
That's why biologists, or what now we would call biologists, kind of wondered, I wonder how these things work. And you know what? They were Christians all the while they were studying frogs, and it was perfectly
They don't start
fine.
with creation.
Funny enough,
even if you do, even if you do, you can keep your beliefs out of the biology classroom. It doesn't
and funnily
belong.
enough, nobody ever said that it came from nothing in the history of science.
You're going to keep trying to say that, though. I've got 4 or 5 shorts I saved where they're saying the same thing, and I was, man, I'm going to get tired of addressing them, so I think I'm just going to put it all together in one and just tell them all no at the same time. Like Deacon Verdeman did. They're piling up.
That was a good short.
Oh, I tell a lie, actually. I tell a lie. There was a Christian scientist who
Thanks, Brainless.
This is before evolution, of course. There was a Christian scientist who predicted that mice came from nothing because he did an experiment where he turned a basket upside down with some hay and some cheese in it, and in the next morning when he came back to the basket there was a mouse in it, and he figured the mouse must have spontaneously been created.
So
Next time you stub your toe, you can say, God gave it. There we go.
There you go.
He said creationism is constantly screaming such and such. It is generally the crazy people that scream the loudest. I mean, like, that doesn't make it right.
I've heard some crazy stories in the past. It's like taking a bunch of
Yes,
scrap
you have.
metal and throwing it
Tornado.
out on a piece of
There
concrete.
we go.
And it waited a few millions of years for that scrap metal to somehow evolve into a 747 plane. The odds of that happening are just not going to happen.
And the 747 will then have little baby 747s and.
I would agree with him that if you throw a bunch of metal into a pile, that the odds are that it's not going to turn into a 747, I believe it said. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. However, I will also cite Brian Cox, who said at a quantum level, there's no reason that a pile of sand cannot become a sandcastle.
Right. No reason why it couldn't.
Yeah. And, potentially 740 he's using something that does exist. Okay, so 747 has been arrived at, and we are in a universe. Okay, so at some point that 747 has arisen from
from
the
nothing.
beginning of the
Simpler and
universe.
simpler
Okay?
and simpler airplanes. Yeah, back to the
Just a
Wright
matter of
brothers
time. Just
with
a
some
matter of time
string
before,
and some sticks, and yeah.
just a matter of
Yeah.
time before the molecules arrange themselves into a
So Nerdy has
747
an interesting
in our
question.
universe.
Can a 747 still breed with an Airbus?
Curious minds want to know.
Seriously.
Yeah, there you go.
They can try and have fun.
Only if it's
And
only if it's Black Box is willing.
Mice is a fellow Buckeye there. Little mice.
I think they
Good to
tried
see-
it, but
Good to
they
see
only
mice.
I think they tried it, but they only produced a junkyard.
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen a 747 come from an Airbus?
Yeah.
Hey,
Why are there still 747s around today?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
So there is no real scientific evidence for evolution, but there is
What?
evidence for
None.
a creator. All creation, since
What
the creation
evidence?
of the world, his invisible.
The way he says creator is like
Yeah, love it.
Creator.
create
No matter how he defines evidence with the claim he just made, no matter
Yeah.
how he defines it, he's wrong.
And what is the evidence for the creator? All these amazing trees and leaves and
Yeah, that's it.
fungus.
Well,
Creation.
Look at the trees.
Yeah.
creation. Yeah.
But like, you know,
Creator?
it's the same thing, right? He was saying earlier, like, you know, this is the absurdity of that argument, okay? Because they want it both ways. They want it to be that the watch on the beach is in fact designed, and we know it's designed, therefore everything is designed, right? But
Right.
and they
The
also want to
watchmaker-
say that there's no way that you can get something like a watch from all of the sand.
You had the
I mean,
you had the watchmaker on your list, Joe.
Crazy.
Yes. It's
See,
number
there it
5.
is. Mice says 747s are born after two airplanes really like each other and share a special hug, which is also called a quote crash. Unquote. That's a beautiful story.
Invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature has been clearly seen. Clearly.
Because it's invisible.
There you go.
Clearly seen.
The argument is great. That is just good. I have to give it to him for so many people, and this is Ken Han, everybody, all the creationists, this is their favorite one to use.
Yeah.
Is that why can't you see it? It's clearly invisible.
Yeah, and somewhere in his videos he said that he talks to God and God talks to him, and that's proof. And
Well, of course
I
he
wonder
does.
what God's voice sounds like, what accent he has. You know, is he like British? Probably British, right? God.
That's in the short I just made where they
What? So he speaks
supposed
Hebrew?
atheist talk to Satan, and I was like, how do you even know what Satan sounds like? Does he introduce himself? Hello, I'm Satan. Long-time tormentor, first-time caller, right?
You could tell it's God because it sounds like he's got a
Or should
Missouri
it be
accent.
like this? I'm Satan. And isn't Satan a deceiver? So wouldn't Satan sound exactly not like you would think Satan would sound? Right?
Satan would probably sound like God.
Satan may have a melodic voice that puts people to sleep.
Seen. In other words,
Just
you can
saying.
see the evidence right in front of your eyes. Why is it
'Cause
so
it's invisible.
tempting to
Well,
believe?
also, your eyes are in the evidence, apparently. Earlier on, the eyes were the evidence. Now, you can see the evidence with your eyes. Okay, how does that
Oh,
work?
Stephanie's
Can you
got a
see your
good one.
eyes?
And if it's a holy 747, it could be a virgin crash. Oh, pun on virgin
Yeah,
there. Oh, that's a good one.
Nerdy.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Well thought out. Well thought out.
Evolution. Well, it's
Anybody
tempting
need a
because
joke
it allows
writer?
man to be in control in man to be his own God. Man is wanted to be God from the very beginning. You know, Adam and Eve, they didn't want to be as God, they wanted to be God. Okay,
That was never
they
said
sinned, ate
anywhere.
the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
And so
They wanted to be like God, right? Or something like that.
They wanted
anyway,
to know that they wanted
She
to know
wanted
good
to
and evil.
learn.
Yeah.
So how does the theory of evolution put us in control of the universe? I think it's the opposite. That's what he's claiming. He's claiming that we want to believe in evolution because we want to control everything. It's like, it kind of tells us that we're not in control.
You can't ask why on anything because he's switched through so many subjects that the answer won't make sense. Amazingly, you know.
Yeah, you know it's God because it sounds like Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, you know, the watchmaker argument, because the Bible says atheists aren't real and evolution doesn't have transitional fossils because everything came from nothing, you know?
There you go. I voiced God in a Deconverted Man video, so I'm in good company with the likes of Morgan Freeman.
Dave's
very,
closer to
very
being
humbling. Very humbling.
Dave's closer to being the Christian God than the one in the Bible now.
There you go.
My mushrooms talk to me.
I will rain down my wrath upon thee.
Despite the overwhelming evidence for creation, the atheists believe in this ridiculous theory of evolution, which has no real scientific proof behind it. The fossil record does not support it.
There's no evidence.
The
No
makeup
evidence,
of life
Brainless.
does not support
None.
it. The law of physics do not support it. The law of thermodynamics does not support it. And the law of chance does not support it. But it's
the law of chance.
What is that one?
Simos, law of chance. Law of chance. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
No, actually. I'd say no.
Law of chance.
It's a euphemism for unprotected sex.
Chance.
You didn't read on the box there. It's not 100%, Mike.
Going into court going, oh, sorry, Gov. I think that's the law of chance.
convenient way to say there is no God. So my point is with this podcast is,
and this was mentioned, I think Mike commented too, that Darwin believed in God.
Yeah, he's a Christian.
There's no evidence he was an atheist. He was mad at God supposedly when he lost his daughter, which is understandable, right?
Yeah, but there's no, I guess, is there any...
He believed in God. Well, he was mad at the God he believed in, right?
If he was mad at God, then he was not an atheist.
Is there any evidence that he was mad at God when he lost his daughter? I think he was depressed,
but
he was depressed because his 11-year-old daughter died.
Right.
So, but they kind of make
this
questions.
Well, believers would have questions too, right? Why, right? Why? I'm sure that enters even a devout believer's mind. So it wouldn't be unusual if he did. But as far as we know, he believed in God, and there was nothing that he was trying to disprove God. He was just saying, there's a way to explain this. There you go.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT if he can find any evidence about this. Because
I just looked it up. Apparently, apparently there are some laws of chance, and they come from a book called The Laws of Chance, published in 1758.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much.
There is no direct evidence from Darwin's own writings or the testimony of those closest to him that he explicitly raged at God or declared himself angry with God following the death of his daughter and Annie. What it does show is that Annie's death deeply distressed Darwin, and along with, of course it would, and other factors further eroded any residual belief he still held. So apparently it did erode his belief in God, but there's nothing about him being angry with God.
Geo Sam's in the chat. Hello, Geo Sam.
Anyway.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, so the argument, it all, though, full encompasses the idea, though, that did Darwin and wanted to disprove God? No. There you go. And no. Okay, next.
The evidence
Well,
for
he waited
God
30
is
years to
overwhelming.
publish the book because
Yeah.
he didn't want to offend people, basically. So he was really undecided about publishing it, I guess. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah. And also, it took him quite a long time to get the scientific proof.
Yeah, put the data together. Yeah.
It's not like it's just some like guess or whatever. No. He spent 20 years, all right,
Hey
like
guys.
trying to prove the theory to be correct by like artificially selecting flowers until he found out what the common factors were. So, I mean, it's a scientific work.
Yeah, Joe.
I really love this conversation because it relates to something that I'm working on currently. But I'm gonna have to get out of here.
What are you working on?
I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate the work you put into this, Dave. It's a really fun show, and you're doing a great thing.
Can you look in chat there, Joe? Can you look in chat before you go?
Yeah, what's up?
Just look in private chat. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, I'll drop you a link before I leave, Samos.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
And
All right. But thanks for having me on, Dave, and thanks everybody for the great talk, and thank you to all the chat that came and watched us. I truly appreciate all you guys. But I got to get out of here. I'll drop a link before I leave, though. Okay.
All right, Joe.
All right. Later, guys.
Later. And everybody here at the captive desk wishes Joe and his family all the best. They had a death in the family, and there's going to be services tomorrow. And our hearts go out to you, and all our best. Okay.
Some years ago, one of my relatives at a Thanksgiving dinner, who happens to be an atheist, she challenged me. She said, "Well, Christianity is what you believe," and I said, "No, it's not what I believe."
Oh, well, there we go. I don't know. Well, that's it. We're done. He's an atheist. Well done, everybody.
He's absurd.
Yeah.
It's much more than that.
He just needs.
Yeah.
He's a lunatic. Oh wait, let's not insult lunatics.
Hey-o.
I'm a Christian because it's the truth. I know God is real. I've talked to him. He talks to me. I've seen that.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, they talk. They have conversations.
Well, but you, how do you argue against that?
I know.
Well, God talked to me. Okay, well,
he has to prove to me that those were not voices in his head because he's mentally ill.
My cat talks to me, and I talk back.
Or a dream, because a lot of these things seem to be God speaks to people in dreams, and it's like that seems to be odd, but because a lot of people have dreams, but yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
In another video, he says that if you talk to your dead relatives, because he went to a secular counselor when his mom died, and the secular counselor suggested that he talk to his mother, right? Which is actually a pretty good practice for grief. But he said that's satanic if you do that. That is satanic. But you can talk to God. That's not satanic. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but of course, they don't want people to deal with grief, because if they deal with grief, then they don't need a church anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's also a thing that I came across a couple of days ago. It was a short video. I don't remember if it was TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube, but he made it. The lady in the video made a really good point. Christians don't. They want to help the homeless, but they don't want to solve homelessness.
Yeah.
They want to help the poor, but they don't want to solve poverty. Why not? Because if it's solved, they're not needed anymore.
Yeah. And suffering brings you closer to God.
No, because if there are no poor people to help, you cannot show the rest of the world how good you are.
Yeah. You can't pass the plate anymore.
Oh, there's no. There's
Yeah, and there's no leftovers to grab in, right?
yeah. What good are you, so to speak? Yep.
Yeah.
And of course the power it holds too. There's always, you keep people down under thumb.
Evidence for him all around me. I know Jesus is real. I know what happened when I was saved. I know the change he put in me. I know the Spirit of God is real because I know that he's in me, and I know, and I've seen what he does, and I've seen his attributes. And so,
And again, this argument I've heard before, and it's a bad argument because why does God talk to you but not me? You already believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so God's talking to you. I'll grant you God talks to you. Okay, so you believe in God for sure because God has spoken to you. Okay, God hasn't spoken to me. Now, if you ask for something like, how come God doesn't talk to me? You'll get the answer back often. Well, what do you think? God's just going to talk to you or something? Well, apparently so. Right?
Yep.
It's
Apparently
good enough for Dr. Self. Yeah,
apparently.
God's got the time to talk to Dr. Self.
Apparently, God is very selfish.
Apparently.
All he's referring to is the rich and deep emotional experiences that all human beings have in their life. And he calls that the spirit and God and talking to God. And we all have little voices in our head. And, we all have dreams and, mythical things happen to us. And he's talking about that as if Christianity is the only way that can be provided to humans, when it has been provided to humans since we were fish. Emotions.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew a guy called Jesus once, but I never had him in me.
Yeah, no.
Oh, too bad for you.
I don't roll
that
that
way. Missed opportunity.
And Stephanie, I completely agree with what Stephanie just said.
Where's Steph?
The demons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you tell the dude that demons would talk to you, he'd probably just believe you.
Yeah, he'd probably put you on a stake.
Let's find out.
The evidence of God is in plain sight, but the atheists refuse to look objectively at the evidence. Now, there's been some exceptions. The guy that wrote the guy that wrote The Case for Christ and More Than a Carpenter. I forgot his name. I don't know why I forgot his name. I'll come up with it here in just a minute. That is Lee Strobel.
Yeah,
he's awful.
Oh, the
he's
Christian
awful.
Lee Strobel, you mean? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's awful. See, he's just awful. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, he really is.
No, he's not convincing. He's not convincing. I'm sorry, Mr. Self. He's not convincing.
At this point, I mean, it's like Joe was saying. This is just like a bingo card of the worst apologetics you can get.
Yeah. Who can I find on an Amazon list? Oh, there's this guy. He's a Strobel guy. Oh, well, he wrote a book. Okay.
And what Lee Strobel did was he actually did an investigation of Christ and of Christianity, trying to prove it wrong. But he was very intelligent, man, and he used historical, archaeological, and logic, and the eyewitnesses, and became completely convinced by looking at the evidence that the evidence for Christ and for God is overwhelming.
Well, okay, so he did look at the evidence. That is true, of course. But what he doesn't mention is that in the calculations he did, because he's Bayesian, in the calculations he did, his priors were nearly 1. Right? So there you go. I mean, that's enough said for anybody that understands. He basically said, God exists, therefore God exists. That's the deductive argument he gave.
I'm pretty sure he uses the empty tomb argument, and I've got an empty shoebox. An empty box doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It means less than nothing because, didn't he leave a blood stain in there or something? It's literally an empty tomb. There's nothing in there. So. if that's the tomb. There's several that are
What
claimed
it
to be the
smell
tomb.
like?
So who
What
knows?
did it smell like, that tomb? I don't know.
Well, it depends on the practice. Some of them would leave the bodies out to decompose, and then they would just put the bones away. So whether there was actual body or not, and then some had where they would entomb the body, then they would return and come back and take the bones. Others were left to the elements and they'd come get the bones. So it all depended on the practice. And that's one of the things when you're doing stuff like the shroud research, whatever you want to call it, is trying to get a straight answer on what the practice of at the time was. It seemed that the Jewish practices would vary, like from temple to temple or neighborhood to neighborhood, right? So that they all did the same thing is hard to pin down. They had a bunch of different practices.
Dave, please put Nerdy's latest comment up. Smells like tomb spirit.
And you get Nirvana stuck in my head.
That's pretty good. Yeah. What is wrong with you, Nerdy? What the hell is wrong with you?
Always some great comments. We had some great comments.
So what I'm saying is the evidence for creation, for the Creator, for Jesus, for Christianity is overwhelmingly clear and undisputable.
Well,
we know that's what you're claiming.
And people say the same
problem
thing
is
about their
lacking
religions.
evidence.
Yeah. I know
They
he's
say
picking
that
on
about
atheists, but he's also picking on most of the world's population that has other beliefs as well.
Why not? You're that deep
But
down
the
fantasy land, then why not just go all the way?
He's not saying it, but he is. He's including everybody else because only Christians are right. So that means the majority of the world, because there are a lot of Christians, but they are not the majority in the world.
Yep.
Or of the world's population, I should say. Excuse me.
Evidence for there being no God and for evolution being a fact is very disputable. It has no real scientific basis.
You keep
Nothing
saying
doesn't
that.
come. I mean, nothing.
How many times has he said
doesn't
that?
even know what science means because he
Apparently
keeps
not.
talking.
Do you know, I'm beginning to think this is actually a picture of Dr. Self we're looking at.
He does, yeah. His latest picture is definitely pretty close.
Yeah,
So that does this make it a self-portrait?
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
Yeah.
Letting on more than he should.
Cannot create something. Intelligent life doesn't come from unintelligent life. There are no transitional fossils.
Really?
There are no two-celled animals. I mean, don't you think there'd be a whole lot of two-celled animals?
And yet here we are.
And then seeing
You
just-
came from your
Oh, dang
mother.
it. I did it again.
And yet here we go. Intelligent life doesn't come from non-intelligent life. And yet, non-intelligent life doesn't come from intelligent life.
and yet I do
I
come
don't
from
know.
2 Christians, so
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
You believe? And I said, no. Completely convinced by looking at there are no transitional
said no.
fossils. There are
I
grown
said
from
no as
wolves
well.
and cats from lions. Explanation
There
of
we
Cats
go.
there
from
being no
lions.
God. And sadly,
Yeah.
this is taught in our public schools as a
no,
fact.
but they do
and what
have
we're
a
doing is
common
we're teaching our
ancestor.
I missed
Yep.
that the other way. I missed that.
Oh, he's
earlier.
mad. Yeah, he's pulling the public schools. Look what they're teaching you.
Yeah. Too true.
children that there is no God, that the world was an act.
I don't know any public schools that are teaching there is no God. I went to public schools. My kids went to public schools. And I never heard anybody say there's no God. It's just
No,
ridiculous.
that just leave religion out of it.
Well, in fact, in this country, there's a large population of Christians. So you want to use some numbers, some odds. Odds are a lot of the teachers are Christians. Okay.
Yeah, even on my
even in public schools. Yeah.
So by the way,
ironically, it's the Christians that are teaching that there are no Hindu gods, there's no Islamic gods. I mean, they're the ones teaching about non-existence of particular gods, right?
Yeah.
Tetrabena socialis is a 4-celled multicellular animal.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the simplest one that we found thus far. But still, it doesn't have to work that way, going from 1 cell to 2 cells, for God's sake. It can go from 1 cells to hundreds of cells all at once.
Well, and they've had the yeast experiments. It's a single-celled animal, but it can come together in a colony for some kind of a purpose, and then it can go back to being single again. So there you go. It's demonstrated. You can have all these single cells come together for a purpose. There you go.
Yeah, that's all. That's all it was. Multicellularity happened when genes became available or evolved to make cells sticky, so they would stick together. And a bunch of them stuck together. And when they stuck together, there were some cells on the inside and some cells on the outside. The cells on the inside were in a different environment and therefore had different genetic expressions. And eventually that led to differentiation, and it just kept going from there. And if you look at embryogenesis, you can see the beauty of how that happened. So,
just regarding his last thing about not being able to get non-cats from lions. Well, you may not be able to get non-cats from lions, but you can get non-Christians from lions.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Why did we quit that practice of feeding the Christians to the lion? What do the lions eat these days?
Yeah,
I mean, it was giving them indigestion. It was cruelty to the lions.
I'm all for reinstating
that. We're going there. We went there. Okay.
Yeah, we went there.
Accident. Somehow there was this explosion. Well, who caused the explosion? Where did the original matter come from? That doesn't. Well, they can't explain that either. But
he makes a great point.
It was an explosion, and where did the matter come from?
Is he talking about the Big Bang, or
Yep.
better word, the big expansion?
He's trying to. Yeah. Again, every like low fruit has been eaten on this tree. In fact, like I'm saying, they turned the tree they buried the tree upside down. I mean, it's just.
Well, if you want to talk about laws of thermodynamics, there's one that says energy cannot be created. There's a big problem for you right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, there was this explosion, and the world has just been continually growing and evolving ever since. And even the evolution, they said, look at how dogs have grown from wolves and cats from lions. There is no evidence of a reptile becoming a mammal, okay, or a mammal becoming a reptile, or one species changing species and becoming another species. There's no evidence at all. But when I look at creation, I look at the trees and I look at the sky.
He looked at the trees.
I don't know, man.
Is he here?
He looked at the trees. I don't see look at the trees, but
trees. I haven't seen him in the chat today.
Shout out to Look at the Trees. That's my man.
Absolutely. Just look at the trees. That's evidence for you.
There you go. And
it's just
how
a
many
claim,
people on YouTube can say they have interviewed Look at the Trees about looking at the trees, who actually is often outdoors hiking, looking at the trees?
And if you look
there's a great interview for you. Check it out on my channel. And while you're at it, subscribe, like, comment, share, and goes for the other panel members. Links are in the description. Appreciate it very much.
If you look very carefully, you will see an acorn turn into a complicated oak tree without any divine intervention at all. If you look carefully,
in your scientific ways.
Somebody, I think,
just
was
wait
it Big
2
Bad
years,
Mama?
Mike. You wait 2 years.
2 years. 2 years
I think
old.
Big Bad Mama might have just used the you can plant a tree like a redwood or something that lives a long time, but you can't see the redwood come to fruition. But you can infer that, okay, you planted the seed, and here's a sapling, and here's a 2-footer and a 4-footer and a 10-footer and a 50-footer. Yeah.
You can't see that happen either. You can't observe it. So obviously we shouldn't believe in planting seeds, because I've never observed a carrot seed turning into a carrot,
Yeah.
but I've grown a lot of
It's-
carrots.
Carrots just show up. You know, they like
show
your yard. They show up, and you know they're like
Obviously,
mushrooms.
God did
You
it.
know, yeah. If you just got the right things going on, the mushrooms just show up, Mike. You know that.
Mushrooms show up too. They kind of
Show
do
up.
pop up out of nowhere, man. They are
Yeah.
magical. We call them magic mushrooms for a reason.
There you go.
Couple of reasons.
Well, and if you don't wash well enough, mushrooms will also show up.
Yeah.
In the clouds and the perfect order of the world. There's incredible evidence for God.
Perfect order.
Amazing
Oh, yeah.
evidence for God. How do you do a tree? How does a tree grow? And
How does a tree grow?
What a
Amazing.
coinkydink. What a coinkydink. We just answered that. It's a miracle. We must be prophetic, Mike. We knew he was going to talk about trees.
God is like in there with his little fingers moving every little cell into place to make that leaf. You know, that's how.
Well,
it happens.
How many
well, what
fingers
he's-
does God have?
Yeah, a lot of little ones.
Yeah. But what he's missing is that these are the exact things that drove people to find out these things.
Yeah.
You know, these biologists in different fields, and some of them study trees, and they learned how trees do all these things. And then you go to school and you say, teacher, and you raise your hand. Teacher says, yes, Dave, what do you want to know? There's how does a seed grow into a tree? Well, let's pull out this textbook that has all the answers in it, and it tells you. Oh, wow, thank you very much.
Just
No.
look at the sunrise. How does the sun rise up over the
Forget-
horizon? It's really heavy.
Yeah, how does it do that? You know? And
Would get it.
again, I'm not gonna slam anybody for being hundreds or thousands of years ago when they didn't know answers to these questions, and they were just possibly, you know, giving, you know, the kid with his hand in the air the best answer they had. But to do that in the 21st century is a bit silly. Open the textbook. That's what it's for. And then, well, there's no evidence. So we're never going to convince Dr. Self, because he just hand waves it all the way. There's absolutely no. And I've heard this, and we all have from creationists. There's no evidence, and well, there's libraries full of biology papers, and there's biology textbooks aplenty, and there's biology classes, and you can even take some for free online. So I don't know if you're just going to hand wave it all away. I guess it doesn't really matter. But I would suggest not doing that.
I would suggest taking a walk on a beach, and then getting halfway
at the
down and turning around and seeing how many sets of footprints are behind you.
There you go.
and you make its leaves and know when to shed its leaves. And how does it do that? And somebody had to create.
Yeah, why and how and why do some trees not shed their leaves? That's very interesting. Why is that? Well, there's an explanation for that. It involves things like winter snow being stuck on them and damaging the trees, so they shed their leaves. Whereas like pine trees, the snow doesn't stick, it rolls off, so they can stay, they don't have to lose their leaves. We found out these answers to these questions. Isn't it amazing? Don't you answering these questions, or you're asking these questions, but you don't seem to want the answers.
Yeah.
Hate this. This couldn't have happened by accident. The evidence is simply overwhelming.
It's just an accident. No.
That's because it didn't happen by accident.
Yeah, again, you're missing the point. That's why these books are full of explanations on how a seed can grow into a tree and how trees absorb water through their roots, through capillary action up, and the leaves use photosynthesis to make food for the tree. And just throw the books out, though, because you don't really want to know the answers, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, natural selection is not a random process. It is the opposite of a random process.
I know it sounds a little bit like I'm on a rant, and I'm not
No, it
trying
doesn't.
to be
Just
a
a
rant,
little.
but it's frustrating to
Doesn't-
me.
It's not a rant. It doesn't
the
sound
people-
like he's on a rant. It sounds like he's going insane.
Well, he's got his list and he's checking it twice. And well, in fact, in this video, I think he's checked it at least a half dozen times on some of these points.
People can't see the truth right in front of them. And the Apostle Paul
Yeah. Well,
was
it's 'cause
writing
it's
about
invisible,
that.
though,
The
isn't it?
evidence for God,
invisible.
for creation, is overwhelming. Just observing, just looking out your window, just look at the trees, the grass, the sky, the animals. Look at it.
Yeah.
And still, if I grant you that your God did it, you still had scientists who believed in God that wanted to know a little more than just God did it. They actually did things like grew seeds and said, "Oh wow," right?
Oh.
And maybe look under a microscope when a microscope came along, and they looked under there and they saw the cells in the plant cells and everything. It's, oh wow, right? And
Yeah,
no,
Manny.
what's the point of he's asking all these questions, but he doesn't want an answer. It seems
Well,
kind of pointless to ask what you obviously don't want answered.
Oh, once again, he's also like he's expounding, all of a sudden the deist God, right? Because he's not asking, oh well, just look at the Ebola, look at the SARS, look at cancer, look at
The
Right.
lao worm that lives in your eyeball.
look at all of this stuff, right? Can't you believe? Don't you believe there's a God? Come on now, God would definitely want to make us all suffer this way. Look at the
Yeah,
amount of suffering there is in the process of natural evolution. In just God's, even if it's not, the process. Just look at how much suffering there is in God's world of creating lions and tigers and sheep.
and it's just tugging on emotional strings too, right? It's a classic thing.
Just ignoring
Isn't
it.
the
It's
sunset
saying everything-
beautiful? Well,
everything-
sure, right?
Everything
You
good
know?
is God. Everything good is
Yeah.
God.
I
And
like
everything bad is
trees.
the devil, right?
Yeah, I like trees. You know what I mean? Sure. Trees are good, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Look at that lion tearing the wildebeest apart.
yeah. Or the
Isn't that beautiful? Oh,
Man evolved about 2 million
Alex-
years. And
Alex O'Connor talks about having an animal having a broken leg and slowly starving to death, can't do anything. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
man evolved 2 million years ago, and he wanted some cereal, so he prayed to God for 1,990,000 years, and nothing happened. He's fuck it, and then they planted some seeds and got some cereal.
Amazing. That's
I
truly
thought
a
you were
miracle.
going to say Cheerios for a minute there.
Yeah, Cheerios. Yeah, they wanted
They
Cheerios.
prayed to God, and 1,999 years later, they got Cheerios.
No, I want some Cheerios.
But
Cheerios,
10,000
some
years ago,
bananas on there. Good stuff.
we got tired of God, and we figured out it was seeds that do it, not God. Anyway.
Well, don't forget the cornflakes guy was a religious guy. He
Oh yeah, he was
Oh,
a
yeah.
Cornflakes
Yeah.
were made to stop kids from masturbating.
Yeah.
You wanted that plain bland lifestyle.
Didn't
You didn't
work.
want no spicy food. It might make you a bit randy.
And I used to eat cornflakes.
Yeah,
they
I
did
like
work.
cornflakes.
What the hell?
Frosted flakes. Frosted flakes are even better.
I was masturbating before I was out of my tens,
With your cornflakes.
Yeah. Gave me a lot
rough
of get up
ride.
and go in the morning.
Look at it. Does that look like
Look at it.
happenstance to you? Some
Yeah.
kind of big accident?
I'm just envisioning, he just grabbing somebody by the back of the head, Look at it.
Look,
Look at this
the
tree.
trees.
Look at the tree. Dang it. Why won't you
flowers.
see it? It's invisible. It's an invisible tree.
Damn you,
Isn't it to
atheist.
you?
What's wrong with you? Why won't you bash your head into the tree? What's wrong
Yeah,
with
exactly.
you?
Oh, dear. It's almost like they've forgotten they crucified Jesus on a bit of wood.
Oh,
And that the way the earth maintains itself, our atmosphere,
Ooh.
our water, the
do
things that have to come into play.
Isn't it
And I
great?
read something not too long ago about the odds of everything working the way it works to sustain life on Earth is astronomical. It had to be designed.
It's impossible. You've got odds that
It's an
some
irony.
creationist made up there 10 to the bazillionth power that it can't happen. So there you go.
Yeah, the very thought of astronomical odds on Earth.
And once more, because we like citing Peter Atkins here at Saturday Night at the Atheist, the universe seems to be fine-tuned for a lot of rocks. So there you go.
The evidence for a designer is overwhelming. The evidence for Christ is overwhelming.
I'll grant you Jesus existed. I'll grant you Jesus existed, but you can't then go there to all the miracle stories. That's a difference.
Well, no, 500 people saw Jesus.
Yeah. The 500 people saw the dragon in my garage. Who are these 500 people? I don't know.
And some unknown guy saw the 500 people, and then he told somebody, and he told somebody else, and he told somebody else, and then eventually they told Peter, 500 people saw this.
And bearing in mind there were some fishermen involved, so do we really believe it was 500?
We know the fisherman stories. That's right.
Yeah. Could have been
100 witnesses to his resurrection, eyewitnesses. We have a Bible that's not a fable. We have a Bible, a New Testament written by eyewitnesses of Christ.
That's disputable.
It's more than
I think the consensus is that they were unknown authors that wrote about it, and they weren't actually eyewitnesses. And as far as I know, it's not in first person.
Yeah, according to the Bible, they were not eyewitnesses, right? None of them saw Jesus get
And
crucified.
Luke surely starts out with, these are stories I've collected that were handed down. So Luke is saying right at the beginning, he collected these stories. So
Yeah, wasn't the Bible written like hundreds of years after Jesus was alive?
well, I think Mark's within a few decades, but it was a long time.
Between 70 and 120, I think. But
Bart Ehrman throws out the question to his class every year, and he talks about it. He'll say, how many of you saw the State of the Union address from whatever president's in office, right? And a bunch of people raise their hands because, a lot of people usually tune in at least for a few minutes, right? And see what the president's got to say, right? So a bunch of hands go up in the air. Okay, you all saw it. Okay, what did he say?
right.
Everybody's kind of, what did he say? Right? Now write it all down word for word, right? It's an impossible task. So anything that, if you grant there was Jesus and you grant there was actually witnesses to things that he said or things that happened, to get a good story out of it is asking for a lot. It's just asking for a lot. It's just a way of things.
And at the worst case, it was people who interviewed the eyewitnesses. And, when you go into a court of law,
Didn't get their names.
the strongest evidence you can ever have is eyewitness evidence.
Oh, we're back to court of law.
But not hearsay about eyewitness testimony. You have to actually have the eyewitness there. So
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paula Gia says there was 3. I think you can give. So, yeah, it's not 500. It's like 3, and I think that really just boils down to what Paul says. So, it's kind of iffy. It's certainly not 500 that you can in any way say they're not named. So, any verification, you don't even have a name. So.
The 500 is something Paul said, right? So they were external witnesses to Jesus' resurrection because they apparently saw him walking through Jerusalem when he was resurrected. But the gospel writers are different, right? Because the gospel writers come much later. But they claim, at least Paul claims to have had, or Luke, I should say, claims to have had interactions through Paul to some of the apostles. But that's disputed, right? Or we have obviously the Gospel of Peter and the Gospel of Thomas, etc. But they're dated much, much later than the canonical Gospels. So
And there's no list of
if you think there's a problem with 30 years, try 150 years.
yeah, and there's no list of these people, and it could have just been a phrase like it was a lot of people, 500 people, So
I saw my father-in-law at a grocery store 10 years after he died.
yeah, it was probably
I was at a
500
grocery-
people there.
I was at a grocery store in Minneapolis, and he died in northern Minnesota, and I saw a guy that was his absolute double, and I followed this guy around the store, and I kind of creeped him out, and I never did stop him and ask him what his family was, but it just blew me away. I've never seen a person look so much like somebody else. Of course he was the same age, and my father-in-law would have been 10 years older, but it was amazing. You ever have that experience where you saw somebody that was absolutely the double? I mean, that's pretty rare.
No.
I'm pretty sure he
No.
wrote.
Apart from when
I
I'm
do
shaving.
believe
No,
I've
but I've had a dream. I've had a dream where I run into my dad at the store. Like it's just,
Yeah.
like you're at the store and you go, "Hey, you're at the store too,"
Yeah. No, this was an actual live person that just happened to look exactly like the man. It was just.
I
really-
get that. I'm the one that says, "Don't I know you?" And I'm like, "I don't think so. You look just like somebody." So
Yeah, this
and
wasn't.
it always worries me that somebody's gonna finger me. It's like that's the guy, and it's like, oh shit, I didn't do it.
It wasn't just a resemblance. This man was a double.
Yeah.
Could have win.
And that's what we have with the New Testament, eyewitness evidence. And even the early non-Christian
And that's what the Quran has is Muhammad's eyewitness evidence. So you should go be a Muslim.
writers, Josephus, and some Roman writers, write of Christ. So it's to be an atheist takes a lot of faith because you're believing in things that can't be proven.
Here
Back
we go.
to the claims again.
And that's funny. That's what they accuse Christians of being. You're believing in something, some fantasy. No, I'm believing in something that can be proven. Jesus, God.
Okay, prove it then, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Once again, you haven't proven it to atheists, and you haven't proven it to most of the population around the globe that doesn't believe you. So it's so obvious to some people, but not most people.
Yeah.
And whose
like I
fault
think-
is
I
that?
think it's-
Well,
I
whose
think
fault
it's-
is that in the end, right? Isn't that God's fault that, God talks to you? Why doesn't God talk to me? Go ahead, Simos.
No, I was just going to say something similar. Fair enough, right? You've given all of these assertions because they're not arguments. You've made all of these claims about what is proof, etc., and that's okay. Maybe you should do some further work on it to try and exactly get to what the state of those arguments are and what the evidence is that supports those arguments, rather than just asserting them as true. That would help possibly, but at the same time, your main kind of reason for believing is because you've had some kind of revelation direct from the God, and that of course is like first person. I mean, nobody else has access to it. So if you think that that's convincing because you're convinced, right, then that's not a good argument either. So I would just say, look, just making claims, they're not arguments. That's no reason anybody should change their belief. Saying that you've had revelation is all very well for you to say you now believe. That's fine. But of course, how are you going to share that revelation with us? Right? All the best you can do is attest to it. And that's just claims. Again, more claims. So I really think that, we have thoroughly debunked what little kind of arguments you're putting forward in terms of making it a convincing argument to somebody else. And be happy with your own self-belief. That's fine. You think you've had revelation. I'm very happy for you, sir.
I think he's going to wrap it up here. So here we go.
Creation. The atheist is believing in something that cannot be proven. So it takes a lot of faith to be an atheist. I mean, God bless them. And to me, I think the biggest problem with most atheists is deception. And you know,
Okay.
the old
There we go. Can I just stop you there? So yeah, no, I this is nice to come to the agreement at the end. Atheists do not believe something that hasn't been proven. That's
There you go.
it is that's correct. That is the number textbook version of one of the definitions of atheism right there. We don't believe because you haven't proven the God.
And for the pluses, I mean, if there's a magical world or something, it's like, okay, I'm not against a magical world. And if there's this afterlife where we all do whatever or something, I guess that's what there is. Okay. It's like, but again, you've got a different beliefs and cultures that have a lot of different explanations for these things. And I find that even among believers of a faith, their ideas of what God and heaven and all these different things are often very individualistic, right? So it's all fine and well. I've said many times, it's like, I got no problem, all kind of magic and supernatural things, you know, it'd be kind of far out, right? I think Mike would be really tripping hard seeing the pink unicorns frolicking in his backyard there.
Oh yeah.
It just doesn't happen. And Mike really tries to see the pink unicorns. He's dedicated to it. And they just aren't there. Okay. They just aren't there. All right.
I'm so sad.
Yeah. Sorry. So it's
because they're dancing on rainbows.
Yeah.
Pink
I mean,
fluffy unicorns.
They certainly don't. If they are there, they certainly don't stay around till the morning.
I did see a gigantic troll in the tree leaves sitting in the river valley, though that was about 60 feet high. So I must admit I saw that. So yeah.
And to plug my other channel, you know, I do, like I said, I talk about Bigfoot and stuff a lot, and I do have my other channel, Grassman Chronicles, and you can find the link to the Grassman Chronicles at the bottom of my page, way at the bottom of my channel. There, you scroll down, there's links at the bottom, and you can get to the Grassman Chronicles and subscribe over there to hear specifically cryptid stories and that kind of thing. And I always have the offer out that if you've ever seen a Bigfoot, or if you've got a bump in the night, or if you've seen lights in the sky or anything like that, love to have you on to hear what your story is. And you can get a hold of me at allhailbigfoot@gmail.com, and love to have you on and talk to you about it. So check out the Grassman Chronicles, subscribe to the Captive Desk, and subscribe to all the links in the description for Answers in Atheism, Kentucky Atheist, Simos, and Slim Cyborg, where you often find Brainless hanging out.
Yep.
axiomatic, or the old problem is, once a person is deceived, they don't know they're deceived because what? They are deceived.
Goes both ways.
You know, and some of you listening who are saved, maybe you were an atheist at one time. You didn't believe in God, but you met God. I've met God. I want to tell you something.
Okay.
It's been said that a man with an argument is at the mercy of a man with an experience.
It is, because I can't argue against your experience. Yeah.
Has it ever been said? I'm not sure it has.
Yeah. Well, and I, it's never been said that I'm arguing against anybody's experience. I don't think anybody here is arguing against anybody's experience. I think Simos just granted somebody's experience.
I did, yes.
So,
but if you want to convince somebody of some kind of objective truth, then an argument is better than experience.
I'll grant your experience, but again, you know, you're going to say God's too busy to talk to people, or whatever it would take for believers of other faiths as well as non-believers to all say, "Oh, well, okay, well, then, you know, God's calling me on the cell phone again. Hey, what's up, God?" Right? Yeah, I got him in my my call log there, but that's too much to ask. However, God seems to have the time to talk to Dr. Ray here. So
yeah, and if he met God, was God wearing pants? I have questions about, you know.
Did you just walk around in a bathrobe all the time, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Was he wearing
Sweatpants.
Oh, yeah, which network
No.
is he on, and what package has he
Speedo.
got?
He walks around in a Speedo.
Of course. If I was God, I'd walk around in a Speedo too. Darn right. Who's going to say anything?
Yeah.
Right?
I've had an experience with God, with Jesus, with the Holy Spirit. However, my faith is not just on what I've experienced. My faith is on evidence for the truth, which is overwhelming. The evidence for God, for his creation, is overwhelming. It's observable science. Observable science. When I
Begging
look
the
at
question.
creation,
Yeah.
the world,
Begging the
it tells
question.
It is.
me it had to be designed. It could not have happened by accident. And
There it is again.
there is no evidence,
Yeah.
real scientific evidence, that what we're sitting in today was an accident. Evolution is a big lie. Science does not support evolution, but it is a convenient way of putting man back in control and not having to trust and believe in God. There's something in us that wants to be in control. You see, letting go and believing in someone more powerful, someone higher than us, means releasing our flesh, releasing control, and trusting in someone greater than us. And for some reason, that's scary for a lot of people. And when you're afraid of that, you
I'm not afraid. I don't even know what it means. Go ahead, Brainless.
Dude, he's not been around. He's not been around in my bedroom.
Rock on, Brainless. Rock on.
Control, like letting go and let somebody have control. Like for a lot of people, that is quite the opposite of scary.
And I'm also getting the, once again, throw your hands in the air vibe, right? It's like, well, how does a seed grow into a tree? There's a little kid with his hand in the air again, right? And you just go, what are you asking a question for? What's wrong with you? Well, we'll go back to the Bible. Aren't we made in the image and likeness of, right? So aren't we made to be curious or no? To suppress the curiosity. You're not supposed to ask questions like Job dared to ask a question. But then they'll come right to say, and then you'll hear a Hawaiian short guy or something turn right around and he'll say, but I love science. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
No,
what do you love
he hates
about it? You don't
science.
seem to like anything about it whatsoever.
want to come up with a theory to explain why there is no God, but I'm telling you,
There's a theory there is no God. Oh, that's a good one.
the theory of evolution has no real scientific evidence at all. Even the theory of the Earth being millions of years old has no real proven.
Well, there we go. He's a young Earth creationist too.
He's committing himself. I'll give him that.
He's committed, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, he
He
should
needs
be
to
committed.
get committed.
Scientific evidence at all. It's all theory that an atheist uses to explain away God. So it takes a lot of faith to be an atheist and to believe in stuff that has no real evidence. When the evidence for God and Jesus is overwhelming. Thank you, God, for your world, for your creation, for your evidence. Heavenly Father, I thank you for everyone listening to the show. I know this has been kind of a different show.
What?
Lord, I just
Wait.
pray
no,
that this
did
could be
he
a
just
blessing to
thank
people,
God for
and
listening
that we
to
maybe
the show?
come to a
Yeah.
deeper appreciation of who you are,
God,
and
subscribe.
of your incredible
Like and subscribe,
creation that
God.
you've given us dominion over, Father. I thank
Oh,
you
yeah,
for
he's
everyone
talking to
listening the
God.
show.
I'm waiting to
I
hear
pray
now.
that you would just download a special blessing on them.
Wait,
I'm
God,
almost
in
there.
the name of Jesus Christ, would touch everyone listening to this
Download.
broadcast now. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen and amen.
Right. We got two
I didn't
amens.
hear God. I didn't hear God answer back.
It's raining amen.
The music was God answering back.
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, well, I've got another video, but obviously there's going to be no time to do it tonight. So we may come back to Dr. Self because I got another video that's just about as good. But yeah, it'd be too much to go. Oh, yeah. And never fear.
That's low bar Bill's territory, then, is it?
Never fear, because I have a couple others. I've got one that this apologist tells some really bad jokes. That's pretty good. And I've got another one that he's just so nice. He again spouts a lot of nonsense, but I like this guy, and he's got the bow tie. So maybe
The accidental witchcraft.
maybe Jimmy Tux will like it.
So the accidental witchcraft one, he manages to damn and declare as demonic almost everything a child would do. Like I don't know if he got around to Barbie or not, but I'm sure he will.
I might. That might.
Any toy the kid plays with is demonic.
That might be something we can look at over at the Grassman. You know, maybe I'll check that out.
Yeah, and the way he defines magic, it actually it subsumes prayer, like asking for something to happen. You know, asking God to make something happen. That's kind of the way he defined magic. You know, magical spells.
So praying.
And I got a tip for you. I got a new shirt. My new shirt says, "If at first you don't succeed, try doing what Dave told you the first time."
Oh, I like it.
That is indeed a fucking awesome shirt.
And
that is fucking amazing.
Yeah, so all in all, Dr. Self, that was pretty terrible. Again, it's not personal, but it's hilarious how terrible it was. And you're not going to convince us. If you're talking to the choir, you know, good for you. I hope you get some pats on the back for it. But honestly, we already knew what you were going to say before you said it. We were already chuckling about it before you even finished saying.
Yeah, I mean, my minimum level is Logic 101. If you haven't got that, just go home, please. Or at least, in his case, maybe he should try praying for some logic.
There you go. You didn't pray hard enough.
Yeah, that's what he did. He just didn't pray hard enough. If he'd only prayed harder, he would have begun to understand that.
That's not on us to pray harder.
These arguments are just pap.
Yeah, that's not on us here at the Atheists to pray harder. That's kind of your fault.
Yeah, that's
right?
your bag. Yeah,
can't help you there. And I've let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got a half a dozen of them lined up. So we've got some good ones coming up here at Saturday night at the Atheists. No worries. I've got plenty of material. I was on a roll the other day. That I even came across a bunch of shorts. So I made a couple shorts. So go check out my shorts. There was just so many of these ones coming out that I just had to do a couple quick responses.
Dave, then stand up and pull down your pants, then we can check out your shorts.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, I mean, he says they're shorts, but they're big shorts.
We wear shorts.
Dave's got big shorts, everybody. So go and check them out.
They know shorts this time of year. Sorry.
There's a lot of contents in Dave's shorts. So go and watch them.
You can check out all the desk drawers over there on my channel, and check out all I've got over 200 videos now. So if you need something to watch, you can go check it out. And, I always appreciate everybody that watches and likes and subscribes and comments. I love the comments. I get some great comments. It's always appreciated. All the interactions appreciated. And once again, you can find Mike at Answers in Atheism. And we have a lot of great talks over there. Slim Cyborg goes like 4 days a week, sometimes more.
Yeah,
covers all kind of fun stuff, game nights, all kind of stuff. Great time. I always have fun over there. And Simos is in the off season.
Right. Don't
I'm
subscribe
sure,
to me. Just don't subscribe to me, please. Anybody?
Nothing to do over there right now.
I'm not using reverse psychology John, you just do not subscribe to me.
There you go.
Yeah.
Make sure you do not subscribe to Simos. Link in the description.
Yeah.
I do have to give a
There's
little
nothing
warning
to see on my channel.
for people who want to subscribe to Slim. We quite often get rude.
It's
Really
it's
rude.
adult themed, and you just may see Slim swallow something or put something up his nose or something like that. I don't know. Do Slims, do they still call themselves freaks, brainless? What is he?
still
What is
calls
his
himself a
title?
freak.
He's
He
okay.
still
It's
calls
still
himself a freak, but like if the correct term would be sideshow artist.
sideshow artist. There we go. He's a real sideshow
performer,
artist.
like, yeah.
I think what they used to call a blockhead, where they put stuff in their orifices,
He
right?
does
And
blockhead.
sword swallowing. Yep.
Sword swallowing. He lifts a keg of beer with his ears.
No.
He's
Can you
got.
share my screen a moment, please?
He's a work of art. He's got a lot of tattoos and piercings.
Guys, I have less than a minute to get to another thing, so I'm gonna
Yep.
bail. So thanks.
All right,
Okay.
go do your thing.
Have fun.
Later.
Have a good night. There you go. Is that Fritz the cat?
No, it's the Freak Brothers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know that. And Fat Freddy's cat. No? Maybe it's just a British thing. I don't know.
Yep. Don't know
a
it.
comic. It's an old British comic from whatever, late 70s, early 80s. I thought it was American, so there you go. Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Love the freaks. Yeah, but it's fun over there, and it's not everybody's thing. I know it's not everybody's thing to see that kind of stuff, but
And also not how rude we sometimes get.
It's, adult themed, but that's what's going on over there. But yeah, if you just want some giggles, it's a great time over there. And when Simos is in season, Simos likes to cover. What do you? It's the Grand Prix. Is that what you?
Formula One. Yeah, Formula
One.
Championship,
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure he's looking forward to the season coming back
March.
in.
That starts in March.
March.
23rd,
Okay.
maybe.
So catch the Formula One information and all the. We usually have like 3-4 people on with you talking about it, right?
Yeah, we got a little panel that we have. Fabio is my co-host, and I also have Lucky Seven Wolfin. And then we have people in the chat, which are very knowledgeable as well. So we all just get together, we make jokes, and we review the race, and we have a laugh about it, and talk about the politics and all of that kind of stuff.
And sometimes Simos is on camera over there.
I do, yeah. If you want to see me on cam,
Just may see him on camera over there.
yeah, completely naked.
Completely.
Just ladies.
I saw it all.
Ladies, just come over. But anyway, there you go. I also do a bit of gaming as well, of course. I do a bit of
you do some gaming. That's right.
And I do some philosophy stuff as well, I should say.
And I've got, I'm working on a grass man. I've been working on it a couple of times here. I'm refining it down. So I'm working on a grass man story for Bessie, which is the local monster here in Lake Erie. We have our own monster. So I'm putting that together. I've got some editing to do. And
any relation to Nessie?
It's the rumor is that it's the play on Nessie that how the Bessie name came in. And there are some other lake monsters too that have similar plays on the Nessie name. And there's also a list of I looked up a list of 100 lake monsters, and I'm sure there's got to be more. So pretty much if you've got a lake, you've probably got a monster in it. So if you're into that kind of thing, you might want to find your local lake and have your camera ready, keep your eyes peeled. And if you get a picture of it, make sure you send it to me, and we'll have you on to talk about it.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay.
Absolutely.
And with that, thank you, gentlemen, for a great evening. Had a lot of fun, had a lot of laughs. I hope everybody in the chat did too. We had a lot of people stopping through tonight. Good to see everybody. And I hope you all have a good evening. Trying to think who's on tonight. There's always a bunch of channels on tonight. So go find somebody else to support after you leave here.
Or on the way.
And don't forget to, drop a like before you go. And we'll see you next Saturday for another Saturday night at the Atheist. All right?
Yeah. Hit them tunes.
Without a sound, history speaks in tales of lore, knocking at the captive dash's door. Oh, legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive dash's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and all myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden